The fifth kind. I've been a preacher for more than 30 years. I've studied and taught through the book of Genesis many times in churches all around the world, and I've trained pastors in the skills of interpreting text. You translate Elohim in the plural, it all makes sense that what we actually have is a conflict among the sky people, among the powerful ones, over how intelligent the human species is to be. They formed something called a Sky Council, a group of species, all with a stakeholding in Project Earth and bumping up against each other in the process. This knowledge repeats in narratives all around the world.
Check out our official website at fifthkind.tv. In 1896, eminent scholar Nathaniel Schmidt was fired from his position as Professor of Semitic Languages at Colgate University. For 11 years, this American university had enjoyed Nathaniel Schmidt's erudition in Semitic languages. He delivered numerous courses in Hebrew, Aramaic, Coptic, Arabic, Syriac, and other ancient languages besides. In fact, Nathaniel Schmidt was one of America's leading scholars in the field. So why, after 11 years of outstanding achievement, was he tried for heresy and fired from his tenure in 1896? Though a devout Christian and a Baptist pastor, the authorities considered that his recent theological papers had struck at the very roots of two world religions, Christianity and Judaism.
What Nathaniel Schmidt had done wrong was read the Sumerian and Babylonian and Assyrian texts and notice that they were full of fascinating parallels, stories that occurred there that were uncannily similar to all the stories of beginnings of the Bible. Stories like Adam and Eve, the fall, Cain and Abel, the flood, the limiting of human life, the event at the Tower of Babel. And Schmidt's work demonstrated that the Sumerian accounts and those that followed it from nearly 6,000 years ago were in all probability the source of all those familiar biblical stories. Now, that was a problem in the 1890s, because if you think about it, the church was still reeling from the after effects of Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species, and it was busy putting together new doctrinal bases and new doctrines of biblical inerrancy to shore up the ship. So the idea that the Bible might actually be based on somebody else's stories was a bit of an embarrassment. It shouldn't have been, because Judaism and Christianity both find their roots in the story of a Sumerian family, the family of Abraham and Sarah. Abraham and Sarah grew up and spent the best part of their lives in Ur of the Chaldees, a Sumerian culture. And so when they emigrated from there, it's hardly surprising that they would carry with them all the stories of beginnings that they had grown up with, and sow them into the foundations of what was to become their culture, their religion, and their Bible. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that in the Bible we have a summary version of all these stories that pepper the Sumerian, Babylonian, and Assyrian texts. The problem and the shock horror is that the original versions, the Sumerian versions of these stories, make no mention of God at all. In the Sumerian originals, these are stories of our ancestors' contact with another species, a species called the Anunnaki.
Could Judaism and Christianity's familiar stories of God really be a retelling of our ancestors' close encounters with extraterrestrials? The cuneiform tablets which had fascinated Nathaniel Schmidt were first unearthed in the 1500s as colonial powers began to excavate the ancient sites of Mesopotamia. Over the decades that followed, some 200,000 clay tablets were uncovered. The tablets were adorned with strange etchings or glyphs made when the clay was soft. Scholars of the day were divided as to the meanings of these markings. Some believed the glyphs to be an unknown written language. Others refused to accept this, since the tablets appeared to predate any known language. They presumed the markings to be no more than decoration. And so the tablets were archived, their secrets locked away for 3 centuries. Until, in 1835, Henry Rawlinson arrived in southwestern Iran.
Rawlinson was a military man. He was employed by the East India Tea Company, and he was in Iran helping the Shah of Iran to train his troops. Now, it's worth pausing there for a moment, because if you thought that corporations rivaling nation states was something new, take a look at the East India Tea Company. A tea company that is able to move a standing army around the world and that trains the armies of nation states, that's quite a tea company. In fact, Rawlinson's presence in Iran wasn't part of a quid pro quo for trading rights. He was there for access to the district of Behistun. He wanted to find the Behistun inscription.
The Behistun inscription was an ancient royal proclamation carved into a cliff face. It was written in 3 known languages: Persian, Elamite, and Akkadian, which was the common language of the Mesopotamian cultures. The inscription expressed all 3 languages in cuneiform script. It was the translation key the cuneiform tablets had been waiting for. The memories of Mesopotamia's ancient cultures were suddenly an open book. The glyphs were not mere decoration after all. They were banking records, business agreements, shopping lists, contracts, recipes, inventories, royal histories, and the most ancient narrative in the history of the world. It was in these ancient narratives that the source of the Bible's familiar stories began to emerge.
At an academic level, Nathaniel Schmidt was in good company. He was one of a small number who began confronting us with this new layer of our history. And I should mention, just to reassure you, that shortly after Colgate University fired him, he did get a new job with Cornell University, and he was professor of Semitic languages there for a full 36 years. So he did land on his feet. His work continued to argue that the cuneiforms reveal that our earliest histories are not about God. They are about our prehistoric contact with the Anunnaki.
Many of the world's oldest mythologies claim that governance over human society began with dominance over human beings being established by superior beings or gods, and then the job of rulership is handed over at a later stage to human governors or kings. Egyptian mythology holds such a narrative. Similarly, the Bible speaks of King Saul as the first human king over the people of God. The Sumerian cuneiforms also name their first human king, Gilgamesh. To be more accurate, Gilgamesh is a transition king, a hybrid of human and Anunnaki. His name appears on one of the most famous of Mesopotamian artifacts, the Sumerian Kings List. The ancient city of Nippur. In the early 1900s, German-American scholar Hermann Hilprecht unearthed a 4,000-year-old cuneiform tablet. Cuneiform was a type of script used by the ancient cultures of Sumeria, Babylon, and Assyria. Archaeologists began discovering artifacts in Mesopotamia in the 1500s. At that time, cuneiform had been so long forgotten that many scholars failed to recognize it as a written language, mistaking it for mere decoration. Until the discovery of a translation key at Behistun in southern Iran in 1835, all the secrets of the cuneiform artifacts remained a closed book. By the time Hilprecht unearthed his find in Nippur, his team had the translation tools to reveal its importance. While many of the cuneiform tablets consisted of shopping lists, inventories, recipes, banking arrangements, legal contracts, it soon became clear that Hermann Hilprecht's item was a list of kings. The King's List details the reigns of kings and the length of dynasties going back through history, as far back as a cataclysmic event simply referred to as the Flood, and even further back to the beginning of governance over human society.
As we go further back on the timeline, the King's List starts running with some odd-looking information, because out of the blue, we suddenly read of a dynasty that lasted 24,510 years, 3 months and 3.5 days. Now, that precision absolutely befits Sumerian culture, because it's from Sumerian culture that we get 360 degrees in a circle, 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. So the precision doesn't surprise us. What is odd is that that dynasty of 24,510 years, 3 months and 3.5 days was divided across no more than 23 kings. That's an average reign of more than 1,000 years each. And it's not a one-off. The dynasty concluded by the Great Flood lasted 241,000 years, shared by no more than 8 kings. That's an average reign of more than 30,000 years. Now, some have tried to make the dates symbolic or have interpreted their unit of time differently, but that doesn't quite work when it's an unbroken record of 6 to 36-year reigns to 36,000-year reigns, all in the same unit of time, all in the same narrative. The narrative begins with non-human kings who then hand over to human kings. And this elasticity of the length of their dynasties is another suggestion that the non-human kings are something quite different to human beings. It's like comparing the lifespan of a human being with the lifespan of an ant.
The King's List is not the only evidence pointing to an extraterrestrial hypothesis. The Sumerian version of the Tower of Babel speaks of 50 technicians who employ mysterious technology to dispatch 300 observers to their stations in the stars. Read alongside the Genesis account, the two narratives confirm one another and paint a vivid picture. Babel was a stargate, providing the observers rapid access to space stations.
The thing that got me into this whole field of research was an anomalous word in the book of Genesis. I've been a preacher for more than 30 years. I've studied and taught through the book of Genesis many, many times in churches all around the world, and I've trained pastors in the skills of interpreting texts. So I've long known about this anomalous word. Well, finally, I allowed myself the time to sit down and really drill into what was going on. Genesis uses 2 words for God. One is Elohim and one is Yahweh or Jehovah. Now, Yahweh is the holy name given to Moses in a time centuries or millennia after all the action described in the stories of beginnings. So the fact that the word Yahweh appears in those much older stories, that clues us that we're not reading the original version of the stories. The stories are being retold by someone after the time of Moses. Now, there's a broad consensus among biblical scholars that the current version of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures, was edited or redacted sometime in the 6th century BCE, and that the redactor, by putting the name Yahweh into these older stories, the stories that Abraham and Sarah had brought with them, was telling the reader to regard them as God's stories. By using the later name, he's also telling the reader this is not the original version. Originally, they were Elohim stories. Now, that word Elohim is a very interesting word because it's a plural form word. It often exhibits plural behaviors. Let us make, Let us make the humans to look like one of us. We don't want them to become too much like one of us, etc. The word Elohim often takes plural verb forms. It's sometimes translated as God, but in other places it gets translated as false gods, or demons, or angels, or chieftains, or land barons. So why this enormous elasticity in the word's meaning? Well, again, we have to go back to the roots of the word and ask, why is it used that way? And why does it behave like a plural? When you look at its component parts, the word Elohim means the powers or the powerful ones. Now, when you read Genesis translating the word that way, the texts change and suddenly line up with the Sumerian texts. One by one, they confirm each other's stories. And it's very clear they're not stories about gods. They're stories about the powerful ones in the Bible and the sky people, the Anunnaki, in the Sumerian tablets.
But is there any material evidence that a non-human ruling presence ever occupied planet Earth? One might reasonably ask, why have no physical remains of Anunnaki been found?
Firstly, I would note that the more we dig up ancient sites, the greater a diversity of ancient peoples we're finding. If you think about the hobbits that were found in Indonesia, we called them hobbits, I think the proper name is Homo florensis, or the giants of Noble County, or the red-haired giants of North America, or the long skulls of Paracas, etc. There's a great range of people that we're beginning to come across as we dig into our ancient past. So how would we know if we found an Anunnaki? Well, one obvious possibility is by DNA testing. So if Gilgamesh really was a human Anunnaki hybrid, then all we have to do is find the royal tomb and DNA test him. Well, I believe that's exactly what happened in Iraq in 2003. A team went in protected by American troops at the beginning of the 2003 Iraq invasion and found Gilgamesh's tomb. Fassbinder spoke to the BBC. You can go on his website, you can read all about it. Now, the official story is that having located the probable tomb site 16 years ago, we decided not to investigate any further. Similarly, in 1927, the British archaeologist Leonard Woolley discovered a person known as Queen Puabi. Now, she was a high-ranking Sumerian leader who lived around 2500 BCE, and they had found her remains. So again, here's another find, which with today's technology provides us with the opportunity to DNA test. We can now test Sumerian royalty to confirm whether it was entirely human. The result? Apparently, we've decided not to investigate any further. Now, what do you make of that? Wouldn't you want to know?
In the 20th century, the writer Zecharia Sitchin began poring over the cuneiform texts. He highlighted the clear implications of the Sumerian stories, that the Anunnaki were powerful and advanced extraterrestrial species. Their arrival on planet Earth put them at the top of the terrestrial food chain. To create a local workforce, the Anunnaki used sequences of their own genetic code to hybridize a primate ancestor into a human, ready to put to work for their Anunnaki masters. Sitchin argued the word Anunnaki means those who came from the heavens to Earth, a phrase that made clear their extraterrestrial origin.
Zecharia Sitchin was not an academic. He was not a PhD or a professor. He had a degree from the London School of Economics and worked in commerce. And the LSE, I should say, is a pretty august institution. He wrote at a popular level, that's to say for a general audience, and not with the kind of referencing and footnotes that you'd expect to see in an academic kind of tome. And academic critics don't like that. They think that's slack. Some might identify mistakes or bias in his work, and that's then their pretext to disregard his contribution, which is an important one. Now, some writers in the field reject Sitchin's translation of the word Anunnaki, and they would contend that the word's usage tells us that it simply means nobility or royalty, the rulers. I'm not persuaded by that. It's not that that's not true. It's just a very partial answer. It's a very lazy explanation. It simply doesn't ask enough questions. Who were the rulers identified by this word? Why is that word associated with the rulers? You see, if you look at the etymology of the word, at its root meanings, look at the component parts, you have Anu, which means heavens, Ki, which means earth. Anunnaki are those who came from the heavens to the earth. You can follow the logic. But even if you didn't have that narrative embedded in the word itself, as soon as you read the cuneiforms, the stories themselves unpack that is exactly what was going on. And the glyph that they use to indicate the rulers who come down from the heavens at the beginning of the story, that glyph simply indicates the sky. So these Anunnaki are from the heavens. They're sky people.
But why would an extraterrestrial species be interested in governing a human population on planet Earth? Why would advanced beings from another planet have any interest in interfering with human evolution and managing a human population? Why would they teach prehistoric humans about mathematics, reading, legal and banking systems, contracts of employments, money and pricing mechanisms? And why would they then withdraw?
I wonder if our own behavior as a species on our own planet might give us an insight on what such colonization might look like. Because when we colonize, we go in with force, we show our superiority and we take over. We provide the police, we provide the army, the education, we put the locals to work, we cream off the profits and the natural resources and basically enjoy all the benefits of sitting at the top of the economic tree with a powerful, visible presence to keep control. But after a while, you can get the locals to do their own policing and their own school teaching. Let the locals become the lawyers and the bankers and appoint a local as the governor. As long as you have some control of the value of the money and as long as you set all the commodity prices and exchange rates, you don't really need to maintain a visible presence anymore. And so you can go home, you can live in another country and still enjoy all the benefits of sitting at the top of the economic tree. Now that's how we do it. It's how we've done it from the Roman Empire to the Spanish to the Dutch, the Portuguese, the British, the American. That's how we do it. Is it possible that an ET presence may have colonized the world in our prehistoric past in a way that's analogous to that? That another species came and resided on planet Earth for a while. They sat at the top of the economic tree and enjoyed all the benefits of it, and then withdrew in exactly the kind of way I've just mapped out. You know, I wonder how much like the Anunnaki we are. And as for what they were looking for, it could have been minerals. I believe it was. I think there's strong evidence of prehistoric mines in southern Africa. It may well have been minerals. But it could have been something else, something to do with the properties of planet Earth. And it might have been something to do with ourselves, our uniqueness as Homo sapiens.
Were our ancestors really engineered as workers, toiling for the colonizers? Were the Anunnaki only interested in our planet's resources and coldly indifferent to the progress of the human race? Other ancestral narratives speak of our human origins in exactly the same terms, and yet there are other strands to the story. The Greek Babylonian narrative of Oannes and the Apkallu speak of the visitors helping and educating our human ancestors. Native American memory reports interdimensional and extraterrestrial visitors nurturing the beginnings of human society. Zulu mythology speaks of our ancestors being nurtured by advanced beings. Might the Anunnaki have had a more generous motivation towards their human workforce?
My book, Escaping from Eden, argues that our ancient texts recall a range of species that bumped up against our ancestors. And the stories in our world mythologies tell of conflicting ideas among the visitors as to how conscious and how intelligent they wanted humans to be. Now, certainly there are some cold agendas towards humanity that play out in our world's stories of beginnings, the limiting of human life, a flood to kill them all, a neurological interference to take the power of speech from us and dumb us down, a bombing that destroys our engineering and technology, a neurological interference to lower our perceptual and cognitive abilities. Now, in the Sumerian version of these stories, it's the senior Anunnaki Enlil who actions and pushes all these negative agendas that are somewhat hostile to human beings. But there is another agenda in the Anunnaki community. There is a figure called Enki, who appears to be the leader of the Earth Project, and he is junior to Enlil. He's described as Enlil's brother. So in the Sumerian story, humanity gets caught in the crossfire of these mysterious beings in conflict. A number of our so-called creation myths begin with a rehabilitation of a devastated and flooded planet, shrouded in darkness. And that arrival is a positive interaction with this other species because they begin to nurture life on the planet. They nurture animal life, they nurture human life. Then later in the Sumerian account, it's Enki, the one who's in charge of the Earth Project, who wants to upgrade human beings for a more enjoyable, a better, a more conscious kind of life. And there's a conflict between Enlil and Enki over whether that should happen. Enlil, the CEO, does not want that. And so Enki breaks ranks to achieve that upgrade for us. When Enlil wants to destroy the human experiment by devastating the planet, again, it's Enki who seeks out a favored family, the family of Artrahasis, aka Ziusudra, aka Utnapishtim, aka Noah, and gives him instructions as to how to construct an escape pod for his family and his farm so they can reboot the project. So I think we can say the Anunnaki presence is a mixed bag for humanity. We're really caught in the crossfires of this conflict among a species who are ambivalent about the progress of human society. There is oppression and slavery in the Anunnaki narrative, but there's also a concern for human welfare and a nurturing of human beings. So it's a mixed story.
Today's reports of ET contact reflect a similar range of agendas, some harmful, some indifferent, and some nurturing. Are these contemporary experiences connected with the Anunnaki narratives, or are people today experiencing something or someone different? What difference does the Anunnaki narrative make to human beings today? If you and I are part primate and part Anunnaki, how does that help us? And are the Anunnaki still present, or are we now our own masters? Does the Anunnaki narrative give us an explanation of our original separation from all other animal forms on planet Earth, but leave us with no word about our future?
My hope is focused not so much on external interventions as on our own capabilities. Our ancestral narratives all speak of higher consciousness being downgraded in our prehistoric past. And to my mind, that raises the possibility that our cognitive abilities can be upgraded and our consciousness can be heightened. Our mythologies speak of our perceptual field being limited. Now, to my mind, that suggests we might be able to expand it. The Anunnaki narrative speaks of us laboring for superiors, and you can see that we're hardwired to do that. But what if we were able to break down that programming and start working for one another instead of those above us? What if we de-engineered all our neurological slave settings and allowed ourselves to live freer, less fearful lives? What would that look like?
Something filthy and blooded is being dragged through the streets of Rome as crowds of people look on. Armed papal officers stand at the street corners encouraging the crowds to cheer as the object is dragged before them into the market square. The object is a naked man. He has been in prison for 7 years. Few would recognize him as the charismatic scholar and speaker who had dazzled Europe only a few years before with his speaking tours. A friar of the Dominican order, his public demonstrations of phenomenal mental skills and his books on mental self-improvement and mnemonics had made him a popular figure in a Europe hungry for new ideas. Now, he is an object of horror. The papal guards unchain the man and fix him on a stake, upside down. One guard now pulls the man's tongue forward out of his mouth and nails it to the stake. Next, he draws a knife from its scabbard and uses it to sever the man's tongue. Other officers of the church now step forward to ignite the pyre positioned below the man's head. The crowd watches in fearful approval as Giordano Bruno goes up in flames. It is Ash Wednesday. Giordano Bruno had been held in prison for 7 years without trial in the vain hope that he might recant his heretical ideas. Such a recantation would break the spell of his popularity among a public who had flocked to his lectures and demonstrations of mental skills. It would serve as a warning to Christians throughout Europe not to stray too far from Catholic orthodoxy. In the absence of a recantation, a trial has been hurried through to allow for his public execution, which will send shockwaves through Christendom for decades to come and leave people in no doubt that the ideas of Giordano Bruno are ideas to be avoided at every possible cost. So what were the dangerous ideas that had ended the life of this brilliant Dominican friar so tragically?
Giordano Bruno was a very popular public speaker, and people would go and see him speak in the same way that people would go and see someone like David Blaine or Uri Geller or Joe Dispenza, and they would go to figure out how is he doing this, because he had these phenomenal mental skills. He was very popular with the public for those reasons, but he offended a number of stakeholding theologians, and he did that by his conversations about consciousness. He had written books on mnemonics, which is about accessing the power of human memory, and he had a great interest in raising the power of human consciousness. He had got this by probing the works of Plato and the intellectual children of Plato, and in those studies he had reached some other powerful conclusions. He was attacked in Britain for being a follower of Copernicus. Giordano Bruno had become convinced that the planet Earth orbits the sun, not vice versa, and that when we look into the night sky and see stars, what we're actually seeing is other suns like our own, which have planets like our own orbiting them, and that maybe those other planets are home to other people like ourselves, other life, other civilizations, and that was regarded as completely unacceptable. The classic Orthodox Christian view is that creation happened at a fixed point and created a fixed creation. Giordano Bruno had a different view, and that was that creation is ongoing from an infinitesimally 0 point, as we would call it today, and that the universe is expanding infinitely.
Bruno's beliefs about human consciousness left no room for the fear of hellfire with which his opponents tried to threaten him. In fact, when his sentence was pronounced in an ecclesiastical court, he famously looked at his prosecutors and said, "I can see in your eyes that you are the ones who are afraid, not I."
Giordano Bruno's beliefs about human consciousness meant that he had no fear of heaven and hell, and that narrative with which Christian orthodoxy had manipulated so many generations of human beings. One of the theological things that Giordano Bruno said that upset the theologians was that maybe Jesus was somebody who was very aware of his consciousness and his consciousness preceding this material life and continuing after this material life. And he suggested that maybe Jesus shows us what God is like, what the source is like, not because he's different to the rest of us, but because he's the same. And so in that way, he was coming up against the powers of orthodoxy at that time. But you know, this wasn't that long ago. That execution was after the Reformation, after the Renaissance, after the birth of modern science. And yet here was this heavy-handed suppression of more speculative thought. And it sent out a powerful signal to all his followers. They'd kept him in prison for nearly 7 years in the hope that he would recant, because that would diffuse all his popularity and his following and tell his followers to stop chasing down these rabbit holes. But absent of that, they put him on trial, they executed him in this brutal way, and put that out as the warning not to read forbidden texts, not to study forbidden languages, and certainly never to bring ETs into the conversation. It's a pattern that continues through history.
In 381 AD, the Roman Emperor Theodosius took a decisive step to explain to all Roman citizens the world over which narratives were acceptable and which were not.
In 381 AD, what Emperor Theodosius did was to step into a theological debate. He really wanted to establish orthodoxy, move beyond this era of violent debates between factions within the church, and that really meant political factions within the empire as well. And he settled a theological debate that might sound like a really fine point, but what it did was have an immediate impact on all those groups that were supposedly on the fringe of Christianity, the Gnostic groups and the indigenous religions and priesthoods and sects that existed. It said that all that was fake news and that the teaching of it was to be forbidden. And so that meant that the priesthoods of those other religions, the curators of those other texts, had to hide those stories. Texts literally had to be buried in the desert to keep them safe. Others would be shared secretly in underground meetings of esoteric societies. Other information would be hidden in plain sight, encoded into literature in the form of poetry and codes. In that way, these narratives were able to survive the orthodoxy of the empire, because the emperor wanted to be quite clear that it was the empire that determined what was true and what was false, what was news and what was fake news. And that power could not rest with unofficial indigenous priesthoods. There had to be a right and a wrong, and it had to be him who decided which was which. It's a pattern that continues through history. I've been a preacher for more than 30 years. I've preached on the book of Genesis in churches all around the world, and I've trained pastors in the principles of interpreting ancient texts. And so I've long known about these anomalies in the Hebrew scriptures that point to another, more ancient story. When you read them in parallel with the source narratives of ancient Sumeria, Babylonia, Akkadia, Assyria, you realize these ancient stories are not about God. They are about other beings who've arrived on planet Earth from elsewhere and have had a hands-on involvement in our evolution as a species. These other entities In my book, Escaping from Eden, I call them sky people. The glyph indicates the sky. They're people from the stars. That becomes clear as the story rolls on. They are people referred to as Anunnaki. In the Highlands district of Chichicastenango, a young Dominican friar by the name of Francisco Jimenez has arrived to serve as parish priest. Francisco is a true enthusiast for the Dominican tradition he represents. This means he has a passion for scholarship and the study of ancient books. An avid linguist, Francisco relishes the opportunity to sit down and listen to the stories of his new hosts as he learns the ins and outs of the local language. Francisco's enthusiasm and his respect for his hosts gradually wins him the trust of the local community. They are the successors of the ancient Mayans, whose culture once dominated this country in Guatemala. One day, Francisco is presented with an unfamiliar text, written in the indigenous language of Quiche. The priests of the feathered serpent, descendants of an ancient Mayan priesthood, explained to the young Francisco that this ancient Quiche text holds their story of human origins. Somehow, this text has survived the banning, burning, and burying of the 15th century. It is a story which has been told for at least 100 generations, detailing the Mayan succession of kings and explaining how the human race itself came into being. 7 years pass as Francisco navigates the nearly forgotten Quiche language and emerges with a translation into 18th century Spanish. What has emerged through his literary journey is an account of human origins which had been kept hidden for more than 10 generations. Francisco Jimenez's translation becomes known as the People's Book, or the Popol Vuh. When the Catholic forces of Portugal and Spain invaded Central and South America, they did what all colonizers do. They took over. They established themselves with a strong military force. They provided the army. They were the army. The rest were insurgents. They provided the police. They provided the education. And they shut down all other authorities within those lands. And that meant extinguishing other religions, extinguishing other priesthoods, and burying, burning, or archiving their books. So it really was an amazing turn-up when Francisco Jimenez was handed the Quiche text that told a totally different story of human origins. My book, Escaping from Eden, talks a lot about the Popol Vuh because what emerged in that text was a creation account that was strangely similar to the Genesis story. And when you read them side by side, you realize what you have is a picture of a devastated planet Earth. Some kind of cataclysm has happened. It's now flooded and shrouded in darkness. And then these entities arrive. They orbit the waters and they consider how they can re-nurture life on planet Earth. And it becomes clear that what we're looking at is a planetary reboot. The story that emerges of the creation of human beings is very different from the one with which Christians of that generation were familiar. This was a story of other beings arriving from elsewhere and engineering our ancestors from the animal life that was already here. That was the story that the Catholic authorities wanted to extinguish, and yet it survived. It survived in the unknown Quiche language, and it was Francisco Jimenez who brought it back for posterity. Escaping from Eden argues that this knowledge was there right in the roots of the Judeo-Christian tradition, but that it was suppressed. And you can see this story of suppression beginning within the pages of the Bible itself. The Ten Commandments famously begin with the commands, "You shall have no other Elohim before me. You must not bow down to them or even depict them." A great forgetting is being commanded. Moses' successor Joshua repeats the same command as he inherits the mantle of leadership.
He says, "This is what Yahweh, the powerful one of Israel, says. Long ago your ancestors, including Terah, the father of Abraham, and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates River and served other powerful ones. Now fear Yahweh and serve him with all faithfulness. Cut yourselves off from the powerful ones your ancestors worshipped beyond the Euphrates River and in Egypt, and serve Yahweh. Choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve. Will it be the powerful ones your ancestors served beyond the Euphrates River, or the powerful ones of the Amorites in whose land you are living? As for me and my household, we will serve Yahweh." Joshua 24.
There's a wide consensus that the current form of the Hebrew Canon received its last major edit in the 6th century BCE, and it was at that point that it was harmonized, monotheized, and this earlier story of contact with Elohim, a species from outer space, was airbrushed out of the picture, except that the airbrushing is a little too thin. You can still see the vestiges of those earlier stories in the Ten Commandments, in that command from Joshua, in the competition between Yahweh and the other Elohim. We realize that our ancestors were surrounded by another force more powerful. They formed something called a Sky Council, a group of species, all with a stakeholding in Project Earth and bumping up against each other in the process. This knowledge repeats in narratives all around the world. But what's interesting is they're never the official narrative. They are the indigenous narratives. And so if you go to the ancestral stories of Aboriginal Australia, or if you go to the ancestral narratives of Mesoamerica, or West Africa, or the Philippines, or the Caribbean, this other story is still there. It is known by the people. It's part of what we call the folklore, and yet it never becomes the official news. It never becomes what appears in the school textbooks. And this is why I so value indigenous narratives and world mythologies, because in this way, the people tell one another the stories from generation to generation. And even if it's never acknowledged by government, authorities, or colonizers, or educational authorities, it is known among the people. Where I live in Australia, the government is still destroying Aboriginal sites that have hard copy of the ancestral narratives that talk about our ancestors' lives, that talk about their interaction with other kinds of being. Even today in 2020, that heritage is being destroyed.
At the time of the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the world looked on, uncertain about the motive behind the war. Was it simply about access to oil? Was it to insert a new regime more amenable to US interests? Was it to confiscate weapons of mass destruction? Time has told it was not the last. Wars have many layers, and many agendas may be served by a single incursion. The confusion as to why we aggress our way into someone else's country is felt the most painfully of all by the brave servicemen and women who have to effect the invasions. Report from that quarter often tells an unfamiliar story.
In the time since I published Escaping from Eden, I've heard from many people who were involved in the incursion into Iraq in 2003, whose units were tasked with confiscating hard copy of ancient narratives that talk about who we are and where we came from.
It would be difficult to exaggerate the importance of such retrievals. The archaeological sites in question relate to the most ancient known narratives of human civilization, those of the ancient Mesopotamian cultures of Sumeria, Babylonia, Akkadia, and Assyria. Any artifacts from the sites concerned would have a direct bearing on the authority of narratives that predate every civilization and every religion on planet Earth today. The Edo people of southern Nigeria and Benin tell a story from the dawn of time. In it, the sons of Osanabua arrive on planet Earth. They are beings who arrive from outer space to a planet that is entirely covered by water. Their task is to terraform it. After they have cleared the waters from the higher ground, their leader and father, Osanabua, appears in the sky and descends from what appears to be a chain stretching as far as the eye can see into the heavens. Osanabua then delegates to his sons all the subtle works of terraforming the planet, ready for human society.
There are a number of things that are really interesting about the Edo story of creation. And the first is that planet Earth already exists before any of the so-called work of creation. It exists, but is flooded with water. And that is a detail that recurs in ancestral narratives all around the world. We then have the motif of the higher beings, the sky beings, coming down from the heavens, and a visual description of what that looked like when their leader, Osanabua, arrived, on what looked like a chain stretching into the heavens. Now, clearly, the tellers of this story are reaching for a metaphor at that point. They're trying to describe what they saw in the terms of the technology that they had. So, what was it they were seeing?
An ancient Filipino narrative of creation speaks of the arrival of Tagalog, a giant bird who hovers hawk-like over the flooded waters of the planet. Tagalog then creates vortices of wind which pull the waters away from the higher ground to create the islands. And so the work of terraforming begins.
This aspect of the use of vortices of wind to clear land on a prehistoric planet Earth repeats in various narratives around the world, and not least of all the Sumerian stories, those told on the ancient cuneiforms of the Mesopotamian cultures of Sumeria, Babylonia, Akkadia and Assyria. And when we read the Sumerian account, again, we've got the descent of beings from the heavens to planet Earth, to a planet Earth that is flooded. And the first thing they have to do is the separation of the waters, separate fresh water from salt water if they're going to nurture life on Earth, and the separation of land from water. Some technology has to be used to say to the sea, thus far and no further. And once again, we've got vortices of wind doing the work, the four winds of the Sumerian account. Is the same visual memory being told from culture to culture? And if it is, who were the eyewitnesses who recalled this ancient visitation? Francisco Jimenez was the Dominican priest who, in the very early 1700s, translated an ancient Quiche text which had been entrusted to him. It was the Mayan creation narrative, and it spoke of the arrival of beings from the heavens to a flooded planet Earth once again, and it's flooded and shrouded in darkness. And those who arrive hover above the waters, we're told. Hover above the waters and hold discussions as to how they're going to nurture life on Earth, botanical life, and then zoological life, and then intelligent life with which they can work. What the text leaves open is the question of what they are hovering in. But if we're willing to read these ancient mythologies alongside each other, it's actually the Bible that introduces the theme of technology and explains what these beings arrived in when they hovered over the prehistoric waters.
In the book of Genesis, we're told that the Elohim, the powerful ones, arrive over the dark flood waters of the planet in a ruach. The word ruach is popularly translated as the Spirit of God, and in later texts in the Bible, it appears to be used in that way. In its first mention in Genesis, the text specifies that the ruach was hovering. The word for hovering, melahephet, is the word the Bible uses to describe how birds of prey hover in the sky, appearing to float in the air without moving their wings. This is what the powerful one's ruach was doing. It was hovering in the sky without moving any wings.
The Filipino narrative speaks about Tagalog, the hawk, hovering over the waters and with its wings creating vortices of wind to clear dry land. And so there's a really interesting note here in Genesis that talks about this ruach, which is hovering like a hawk. I wonder if there's a connection there. There is another connection in the word itself.
Mauro Bellino is a scholar of ancient Hebrew. For many years, he worked for the St. Paul Press in Rome, translating with great precision the literal meaning of Hebrew words for Vatican-approved interlinear Bibles. Providing the interlinear meaning is a very exact discipline. The scholar must be rigorous in avoiding any kind of interpretation of the word, and give only the literal etymological meaning of each word part. So it is with that degree of precision that Mauro Bellino explains in his writings that the use of the word ruach in Hebrew literature shows that the word means either a wind or something flying through the air and creating a strong wind. This meaning has survived to this day in the Ethiopian Amharic word roha. It means a fan or anything that moves through the air and creates a wind. What could this wind-making ruach possibly be?
So just like the mysterious forces in the Sumerian narrative, just like Tagalog the hawk in the Filipino narrative, what we have here is a story of strong winds, vortices of wind, being used to terraform the planet. The winds are being created by a ruach. So what is that ruach? Mauro Bellino argues that ruach is a craft. Mauro Bellino asked the question of how this word would have been written in primitive cuneiform script. Broken into two phonemes, two elements emerge. One element is that of a body of water, and the second element is of something hovering over the water. It looks like an eye from some points of view, but to the modern eye, it's very difficult not to perceive it as a flying saucer hovering over a body of water. In primitive cuneiform, a flying saucer hovering over a body of water is pronounced ruach, and the writers remember that it created a strong vortex of wind used in terraforming the planet. Now, it's fair to say that not every scholar agrees with that interpretation of ruach, but in actual fact, the word's meaning is confirmed if we go further into the Bible, into the stories of Moses and Ezekiel. Ezekiel speaks about a ruach, which picked him up and took him on journeys around ancient Iraq, flying in the sky. He describes how this ruach appeared in the sky, how it landed, what it looked like, the materials it was made of, and what kind of wheels it had. And the precision with which Ezekiel describes this craft, this ruach, is so great that NASA actually has a patent on those wheels. It was granted in 1974 to Joseph Blomrich. It's called the omnidirectional wheel. Now, those who want to translate ruach as the Spirit or Spirit of God have a bit of a problem here. How can NASA have a patent on the Spirit of God? NASA has a patent on ancient technology described in great detail in the Bible.
It was in 1974 that Joseph Blumrich, as NASA's Chief of Advanced Structural Development, was able to obtain a patent for the omnidirectional wheel described in the Book of Ezekiel. The patent, US 3789947A, was issued on February the 5th of 1974 and is used by NASA to this day. Sanskrit texts from the ancient Indian world of the Vedas have no embarrassment in describing the Vimanas in their ancient stories in technological terms as flying craft with capability for both aerial and space flight. A text from between 1000 of the Common Era and 1055 of the Common Era, called the Samarangana Sutradhara, written by King Bhoja of Da, describes the capabilities and propulsion system of the Vimana. The Mahabharata speaks of Vimanas which could fly, dispatch sound-seeking missiles, and destroy targets with what we would call lasers. Once again, the ancient writers reach for metaphor to describe unfamiliar and powerful technology in earthly terms. Some Vimanas are described in terms befitting earthly palaces. Yet there's no attempt to make mechanical devices or physical technologies sound like something ethereal or spiritual.
Another word the Bible uses for ancient flying technology is kavod, and it means a big, heavy thing. And the way it's used in the text shows us that these big, heavy things could fly, but when they landed, they created quite a ruckus. They would arrive in fire and smoke, the earth would shake beneath them, and a sound like an enormous waterfall would emanate from the craft. And it's in one of these that the character Yahweh appears in the book of Exodus and meets with Moses on Mount Sinai. Now, the conventional translation gets into some difficulty here because at the end of this long dialogue, Moses asks this powerful one, this Yahweh, "Can I see your kavod? Would you show me the kavod, the big heavy thing?" Yahweh explains to Moses, "You cannot see the big heavy thing move because if you do, it will kill you." And the words being used are very interesting.
Yahweh explains to Moses that seeing the heavy thing at close range would be fatal. Instead, Yahweh says, he will cause the goods, tub in the Hebrew, to pass by in front of Moses. The goods is another word he uses to describe his big heavy thing. Moses will then be able to watch the kavod as it moves away. However, to avoid being killed, Moses will need to be sheltered by a cleft in the rock and protected by Yahweh's hand or pan. This ever so intriguing episode has been rendered in conventional translations as Moses being allowed to see God's goodness from behind, but not face to face. But how exactly can you see goodness and see it from behind? Furthermore, since Moses has been enjoying a face-to-face conversation with Yahweh for some days, how can he now be told that a face-to-face encounter would prove fatal? Clearly, something else is intended.
The explanation that Yahweh gives to Moses is that when the kavod moves, Moses cannot see it pane. And the first uses of that word pane suggest it means on the surface or out in the open. So what Yahweh is saying is that Moses cannot be out in the open when the big heavy thing moves, or the forces will kill him. That's why he has to be sheltered in a cleft in the rock. I can remember many years ago seeing the launch of the space shuttle Discovery, and the forces of that launch are awe-inspiring to see. Discovery is the shuttle that relaunched the space program after the disaster of Challenger. So as we watched, we were all very conscious of the danger of the situation we were observing as these astronauts were being blasted into space by what is essentially a controlled explosion. And the forces of that explosion are so dangerous that the technicians closest to the launch, in operating the launch, are 3 miles away, sheltered behind reinforced concrete. So that gives me a framework for understanding why Moses could not be out in the open when the heavy thing moves. Now, the conventional translations have it that nobody can see Yahweh face to face and live, except for Moses, who can do that for several days, except for when he can't. And when he can't, then he's allowed to see God's goodness, but he can only see Yahweh's goodness from behind. Now, anyone coming across that translation knows that something is off, that really is not coherent. And translators in times past really puzzled over what to do with this text because I think they did not have a technological framework to bring to this story. But now we know that a ruach is a craft with omnidirectional wheels, by the way. Now we know that a kavod is a big, heavy thing that flies. And now that we have a technological framework, we can understand this text differently. We now have language that previous generations of translators did not have. We have the language of spacecraft, we have the language of launches, we have the language of wormholes, so on and so forth. We have the language of astronauts. Now, the ancients who had these experiences told us what they saw. And in between them and us are centuries of translators who had a go at this without any technological framework. Today, we're able to look at these texts and understand what we are being told. That in ancient times, our ancestors were visited by technological people from another planet who came and helped to rehabilitate a flooded planet Earth and terraform it for our ancestors. And not only that, had a hands-on involvement in our development as a species. I think one of the keys to this is to read the mythologies alongside each other when you realize that the Edo narrative and the Sumerian narrative and the Filipino narrative and the Mesoamerican narrative and the biblical narrative are all relaying essentially the same story, and in a way that is very, very visual. It's not reiterations of the same oral tradition. These different peoples all have a visual memory of what happened. Now, I find that very, very interesting because a visual memory, if you think about our development as a species, visual memory is going to take us much further back than any oral tradition. But what difference does it make if a flooded planet Earth was rehabilitated by visitors from outer space or by an almighty God? What are the implications for us today, one way or the other? When our ancient ancestors saw beings who had the power to create these incredible vortices of wind, who had the power to terraform, who had the power to do genetic engineering and help life on Earth back onto its feet, of course, these are godlike powers from the perspective of our ancestors. If you've got a being who can literally say to the ocean, "Thus far and no further," then our ancestors would naturally say, "These are our superiors, these are our gods," and worship them. The problem is, these terraforming beings were not God. And they did things that gives this away, not least that they modified our ancestors to be a slave species for them and treated us with great disregard in a number of ways, not least that in a number of these narratives there are genocides committed by these visitors who have an interest that supersedes their interest in humanity. And so when you've got these leaders who actually have no empathy towards the human race, who have engineered us much as we would engineer Dolly the sheep, and are terraforming the planet not just for our benefit, but for something that they are looking for. Now you've got a very confused picture if you think that's God, because suddenly you've got a God who can be very violent, genociding, cannot be questioned, and has no fellow feeling with the human race. If that is your image of God, and that's what you come to when you translate these other entities, the sky beings, the Elohim, as God, then the image of God you end up with is not some beautiful image of the cosmic source, a source of harmony and love and order, the source of all things. You end up with a being who is very much like an abusive and alcoholic father. And if you can imagine what happens to the psychology and well-being of a child in a home with an abusive and alcoholic father, I mean, the happiness and self-esteem of that child absolutely eviscerates. Well, that's what we do to the human race if we put the human race in a household where the ultimate being, the God, is to be tiptoed around, cannot be offended, is incredibly violent, will kill everybody if we go too far. That's where we end up. And that sort of image of God has been used by religions, it has to be said, through the centuries as a way of fear-mongering and manipulating human populations. Now that is a confusion I believe we have put on ourselves through bad translations of our ancient texts. So it's not just about retranslating ancient texts and finding technology in them and how fascinating that is. It's doing the translation work to separate the idea of the cosmic source from all the activities, beneficial and otherwise, of the ancient visitors who came to our planet after a cataclysm, terraformed it, and managed our ancestors. A God figure who has to be appeased and tiptoed around for fear of genocide is a profoundly disempowering vision for humanity. But if we can perceive ourselves as a unique race in a populated universe and finding our source in the cosmos itself and not in servitude to a superior being, does this offer a more empowering vision of humanity? Though generations of translators have translated Elohim as God, Abraham, the progenitor of the Hebrew tradition, was very familiar with Elohim as plural beings. The word means, if we take the root meaning, it means the powerful ones. Now, some scholars have argued that it means the powers of God, and that's why it's in the plural. But that doesn't quite relate to how other pluralizations work in Hebrew. A cherub is a cherub. Cherubim is many cherubs, not the many qualities of cherub kind. When translators want to say that it means the powers of God, what that fails to take into account is that these powers conflict with one another over agendas for the human race. These powers go to war against each other, and human beings get genocided in the process of those conflicts. So, no, it's not the powers of a divinity. We are talking about ET demographics who arrived as a colonizing force on planet Earth, and our ancestors were caught in the crossfires as they went to war over Project Earth. The ancient Norse mythologies speak of conflicts among advanced beings as they conflict with one another over the management of the human race. These stories can be found to echo all around the world. The ancient Indian Vedas and the stories of the Mahabharata tell of kings warring against each other with advanced technology as they battle for hegemony over Project Earth. Greek mythology speaks of advanced beings living nearby but somehow inaccessible to the human race on Mount Olympus. They too battle with one another over questions of how to manage human beings. These stories of wars among the powerful ones are there in Genesis as well. There is a whole theme of stories in the pages of the Hebrew scriptures which can be referred to as the Sky Council, sometimes referenced as the Divine Council or the Heavenly Council. But the behavior of the members of the council, not that divine, not that heavenly, they really do go to war with one another and conflict with one another constantly over questions of how the human race should be developed and herded, protected, or otherwise. So these council members, they're not avatars for a loving, holy God. They are different ET factions competing with one another for stakes in the management of our planet. In Escaping from Eden and the Scars of Eden, I argue that the Elohim reference the members of this ancient Sky Council, which our ancestors were aware of. In 1 Kings 22, one of the Hebrew prophets was able to remote view what was going on in that council, and it wasn't pretty. If you go back to the stories of beginnings in Genesis 1 to 11, we have stories that reveal a number of ET arrivals, incursions, interventions, and a number of different agendas bumping up against each other. So the first agenda we find in Genesis 1, the first 2 sentences, and it seems to be a benevolent one, because there, what's being recalled is the arrival of ET visitors who are helping to recover planet Earth after a cataclysm that has left the planet devastated and, for the most part, flooded. And so it's a benevolent intervention to rehabilitate life on Earth. And that's a story that you can find echoed in ancestral narratives and mythologies in cultures spanning the globe. And the details that correlate are very, very interesting. If we come to Genesis 3, here we have 2 agendas for humanity conflicting with one another. One is saying, let's upgrade the human beings to be more like us. And another is saying, we don't want them too much like us. One faction wants the humans more conscious, more intelligent for a better human experience, and the other faction wants the humans kept so unintelligent that we don't even know we're naked, wants us at an animal level. And there's a conflict, and it's actually the subordinate who goes ahead and does the genetic modification and does the upgrade. Now, all those themes can be found in the Sumerian stories. And what happens the moment you translate Elohim in the plural is, of course, you realize we're reading the Sumerian stories. We're reading the stories of Enlil and Enki and the other sky people of the Mesopotamian narratives. In Genesis 6, there is a story told which echoes in cultures all around the world. You can find it in Africa, the Caribbean, the Philippines, India, in Nordic countries, in Celtic regions, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland all have versions of this story, and it's a story of ancient hybridization. What's interesting, the way Genesis 6 reports that, is that it is the second wave of ET arrivals that our ancestors appear to remember. And these ones, the Bene Elohim, the ones like the powerful ones, the second wave of powerful ones, they're here for another reason. They find the human race very attractive and want to be more like us. And so they take human females in order to improve their own gene pool. It's such a bizarre story. It comes from the blue. The writer of Genesis 6 assumes we all know the story from somewhere else. And indeed, you can go anywhere on the planet to hear ancestral versions of that story. The flood in Genesis 6 is another narrative that repeats around the world, and it comes in response to this hybridization that has upset the delicate balance among ET demographics involved in what's going on in planet Earth. They argue about how many humans there should be on the planet, how long-lived they should be, And then there's this genocide that's perpetrated. Genesis 11, there is a visitation of planet Earth by another extraterrestrial force. The way it's translated right now, it's presented as a Yahweh story. That's the holy name of God given to Moses. But this is a story from ages before the time of Moses. And there are clues that we're reading an Elohim story because the pluralizations are still there. These beings come and are so horrified to find a technological human race that they bomb our ancestors into a Stone Age condition where all the technology is lost, and our ancestors even had to re-evolve the power of speech. This is a very profound neurological interference upon our ancestors that is absolutely horrific. The current translation says it's Yahweh who did it. Dig a little deeper and you realize these were the actions of the Elohim. What were these ancient ET presences doing on planet Earth? What were the motivations behind their presence? And what were the agendas that brought them into conflict? You see, if you fail to realize we're talking about a council or a federation that is debating and arguing and going to war, if you translate all that as the actions of God, because Elohim equals God, then all of a sudden you have a God who's double-minded, argues with himself, goes to war against himself so violently that the human race almost gets wiped out in the process. You think about the conflicts over how intelligent human beings should be. The flood story where one demographic wants to kill them all and one wants to save humanity. These are conflicting agendas. They are not the conflicting thoughts of a deity. They are the stories of ancient conflicts that our ancestors have recalled in different ways, using different images and different metaphors, but making it very clear the same memory is being evoked. And it's the story of an alien presence on planet Earth. In 2020, Haim Eshed, the former chief of Israel's Space Security Agency, gave a briefing in which he referred to an intergalactic federation. In effect, a council of ET presences, all with a stakeholding in planet Earth, but who wish their presence to be kept a secret. Haim Eshed is only the latest of a number of senior officials in 2020 who have made such comments. Chris Mellon, the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Presidents Clinton and George W. Bush, along with Eric Davis, the physicist, have given briefings regarding ET technology, materials from off-world vehicles not made on this Earth. That is another acknowledgement of an ET presence around planet Earth, a council of ET demographics. And this is very much in tune with what we heard through the decades from Ed Mitchell, the sixth man to walk on the moon. He, from the 1970s until his death in 2016, was a constant advocate for the USA declassifying its UFO files so that the human race could take its place as part of a community of space-faring species. And that was his hope for humanity in the light of all that he had discovered. Now, bearing in mind that Ed Mitchell and all involved in the Mercury and Apollo programs would have been bound by layers and layers of official secrets laws, the fact that he said that publicly so many times, I find very significant. Now that we're hearing from Alain Juillet, the former head of French intelligence, from Eric Davis, from Chris Mellon, from Luis Elizondo, who headed up the Pentagon unit for investigating UFO engagement and crashes, and now that we've heard from Haim Eshed, the former chief for Israel's space security program, a picture is emerging that lines up with what our ancestors told us about the Sky Council. It's very interesting to look at what these Elohim, these powerful ones, conflicted over. So they have an argument in Genesis 3 about how intelligent the human beings should be, how educated, how informed, what access they should have to food and water, what access to medicines. These are all part of the story. And then we get to Genesis 11, and there's a story about whether human beings should be allowed this level of technology or this level of technology. How long-lived should they be? How many should we have on the planet before we take action? These are all the fights that they have. What's interesting about those themes is they are very relevant to the 21st century. And anyone reading these stories might ask, are these stories about our past or about our present? Because even today, people will debate human population. Do we have a problem? What is the best or the most sustainable population for planet Earth? And what action should we take if we think there are too many humans? Debates about access to food are very topical. Food and water in the 21st century. You've got the conflicts between petrochemical, GM, industrial scale farming, where foods are patented, and so access to food becomes an issue, competing against traditional organic combination rotational farming, which has been the way we've done it through the ages and through centuries, which is more empowering at the grassroots level, if I can put it that way. Or access to medicines. Again, there's a conflict between the industrial pharmaceutical approach with a control of patents, which then limits access to life-saving medicines, or you've got the more traditional approach and the open market approach. They conflict against one another. Access to drinking water is a huge issue in the 21st century. Is it a right for human populations, or is it a right for corporations? And that is a very real struggle right now. The story about human intelligence, how intelligent should human beings be, is also very topical. Just this year in Australia, we had some legislative changes that were about positioning our education system to deliver human beings who are industry ready. And so there's been a shift away from an education model to a training model, to an industry-led model. And this really echoes some of the language we find in our ancient stories, the Popol Vuh in particular. The Popol Vuh expresses the Mayan narrative of beginnings. It tells of advanced beings arriving on a flooded planet Earth who set about terraforming and adapting our ancestors into a useful workforce. Quetzalcoatl, otherwise known as Kukulkan or Kukumats, is the chief genetic engineer. He produces a being more advanced than ourselves. We could call him Homo sapiens Quetzalcoatlus, which is us plus a bit of precognition, us plus a bit of remote viewing. So cognitive abilities a bit more developed than our own. And unfortunately, Quetzalcoatl and the other powerful ones confer, and they say these humans are too difficult to manage. They're too smart. Can we dumb them down? And so the final experiment involves Quetzalcoatl producing a vapor that, when sprayed over human populations, damages their neurological connections so that their perceptual field is brought down to the 5 physical senses. No more remote viewing, no more precognition. They can just see and hear what's around them. Now they can be corralled and managed. Now, this is another story that when you hear it, you think, wait a minute, a vapor sprayed over human populations to dumb them down. Are we talking about the past or the present? Because today, people are concerned about what is being sprayed into our atmospheres. Why are we finding metals in our soils, in our oceans, in our food supply? And is that good for us? When I was a boy back in the 1970s, I remember the stories coming in as investigative journalists followed the research that was suggesting what we were pumping into our atmosphere from our road vehicles was damaging our children neurologically. Children who lived in highly polluted areas, went to school in schools that were surrounded by idling traffic, were found to be more aggressive and less intelligent because of lead in the fuel we were using. I'm very thankful for that research because it has produced a result whereby we're now driving vehicles that are hybrid vehicles that use lead-free fuel, and it's because we didn't want to brain damage our children. So this story of a vapor that creates brain damage is contemporary, it's ancient. In ancient Rome, they used water that came into their city through lead-lined pipes. And in the 1800s, researchers began to suggest that this could have had an effect on the behavior of the ancient Romans, making them less intelligent, more aggressive, because once again, of lead poisoning. Now, even those who want to debunk that story, who don't think that was a significant factor, have to acknowledge that the lead level in Roman water was 100 times the lead content of the spring waters in the districts around. So these concerns about what's being pumped into our environment, they are very relevant today, and they were relevant thousands of years ago when our ancestors wrote these stories about the vapor and Quetzalcoatl and their agenda for humanity. But what is a mythology? Is it a vehicle of ancient memory, or is it a metaphor to convey moral teachings or philosophical ideals? When you see some of the extraordinary correlations among the ancestral narratives of cultures, ancient cultures that apparently had no contact with each other, for me, it's those overlaps that first drew my attention and made me realize I'd been reading some of these stories wrong. Some people read them in a fundamentalist way, as if every detail, every word, that's what happened, word for word. Others try and look for a moral in the story. You can't really read the Genesis stories that way. The morals that would emerge from them would be ridiculous. But as I saw the correlations, I began to realize these are carrying memory. And sometimes what's being brought to us is a visual memory. And different cultures have different language and different metaphors, different images, but they're reporting the same visual memory of what happened to our ancestors in a time long ago. And so it's very possible that these stories have been curated, not just to tell us about the past, but to give us a grid for understanding why things work the way they do today. Are our world mythologies given to evoke a picture of hope, or are they a counsel of despair? Do the ET narratives suggest humanity as a noble, sovereign species, or as a species engineered to slave for an alien presence? I actually find the idea of a council of ET presences somewhat reassuring, because the ancient stories tell us that among that spectrum of agendas are some agendas that are very pro-human, that there are some demographics who are here because they care about Homo sapiens, they care about human beings. Their presence on the council is a stabilizing and reassuring one. But even those who came with more selfish agendas, those who came in Genesis 6 to hybridize, point to the fact that there is something unique and special about human beings. And I wonder if we can do business with these ancient stories, if we can do business with what Hamish is saying, that there is a galactic federation of which we can potentially be a part, we can then begin to see that the human race is something very special in the cosmos. Some are here because of us. And I wonder if we might see ourselves in a different light. Is it possible that our unique blend of animal strength, mammal emotion, and higher consciousness has produced a species with a unique capacity for love, compassion, creativity, and harmony?
For more than 2 millennia, readers of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures, have interpreted these ancient texts as stories of God, a seamless narrative in which God creates the heavens and the earth, botanical and animal life, and eventually the human race. However, a number of anomalies in the stories themselves, along with intriguing questions of translation, point to another possibility. In the beginning, God, Elohim, created the heavens and the earth was formless and empty, tohu wa bohu. The deep waters were covered in darkness, and the Spirit of God, the Ruach, was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Are these verses a poetic account of creation? How, in the 21st century, is this story to be interpreted?
Well, it's not a story about creation, and it's not a story about God. It's the story of the Elohim, the powerful ones who came and terraformed our planet in the deep past.
The Mesopotamian stories from the ancient cultures of Sumeria, Babylonia, Akkadia, and Assyria speak of the arrival on planet Earth of advanced extraterrestrial people in our deep past. These stories, curated by the world's oldest known culture, with the world's oldest body of written texts, speak of Anunnaki, sky people, who colonized planet Earth, genetically modifying our hominid ancestors and governing over planet Earth for tens and hundreds of thousands of years. These Mesopotamian stories are not religious texts, nor do they speak in any length of an almighty God. They are the stories of plural, advanced beings not from Earth and not human. Enki is the commander of Project Earth. His younger brother Enlil is the commander of this region of space. Other entities, Nama, Ninhursag, Kingu, Marduk, all play their part in a story of conflicts over their agendas for our planet and our race. The stories of the Elohim, the powerful ones of the Bible, appear to be a summary form of these even more ancient recollections of sky people.
The moment you put Elohim back into the plural and read these stories as the stories of the powerful ones, you realize what we have is the summary form of the Mesopotamian stories about Enlil and Enki and the sky people.
So are the early narratives of Genesis creation stories, only giving the credit for that work of creation to a different kind of entity? Or is something else being recalled?
The reason I'm so confident this is not a creation story as we imagine it to be is that before any word of creation is spoken, before the "let there be light" and the advent of the sun and the moon and the stars, planet Earth already exists, and it's flooded and shrouded in darkness. Now, some would say you're over-interpreting the order of the sentences, that we've been told that in the beginning the Earth was in a chaotic state, and now we're going to be told how we got there. The reason I don't think that is the right reading is that almost every ancestral narrative concerning the origins of our civilization begin with a planet that is flooded and shrouded in darkness. We find it here in Genesis. I am saying this is a restatement of the Mesopotamian stories, which begin with the descent of the sky people to the flood waters, which then have to be separated using vortices of wind. You go to the Philippines and you've got stories of the Tagalog, the hawk, hovering over the flood waters, using its wings to create vortices to begin clearing land so that the planet can be terraformed. You listen to the Edo people of Nigeria, and they talk about Osanabuwa, the Almighty One above the waters, who arrives and begins terraforming. You listen to the story of the arrival of Viracocha, over the waters of Lake Titicaca. It's the same thing. Now here in Genesis, we have the arrival of the Ruach. And again, the root meaning of that word implies something that creates a wind. And that is the story of terraforming we find all around the planet. So that's why I'm confident that the order of sentences in Genesis is quite correct. Our memories do begin on a planet that is flooded and chaotic. And the phrase in the Hebrew, tohu wabohu, implies the planet has been devastated by a cataclysm. And that is when the powerful ones show up. These correlations among ancient narratives in which our cultural memory begins on a flooded and devastated planet hint at the possibility that these stories have their roots in the ancestral memory of Earth's most recent planetary cataclysm, the global impact of the Clovis Comet, an extinction-level event, along with the trauma of the Younger Dryas Cold period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. These planetary changes would have caused sky fires, rapid freezing, and immense tsunamis on a global scale. Other anomalies in the stories of Genesis raise questions about the departure of Homo sapiens sapiens from the array of other hominids occupying planet Earth in the distant past. From Genesis 2, "Then the Lord God formed a human from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Then the human became a living being. The Lord took the human and put him in the enclosure at Eden as a worker and caretaker. Then the Lord God said, 'It is not good that the man is alone. I will make a suitable helper for him.' Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds of the sky. God brought them to the human, but for the human no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God put the human into a deep sleep, and while in this deep sleep, God removed a part of the human's side and closed up the wound with flesh. And from the extracted part, the Lord God made a female. The human said, 'This is bone from my bone, flesh from my flesh.'" Well, it's curious, isn't it, that the creation of the female of the species is an afterthought. That's how it appears in the way the story is translated at the moment. How could an almighty God leave it as an oversight that Adam would need an Eve, that there would need to be male and female if this was to be a happy human story? Curiously, there's a pattern here that you can find in other ancestral narratives, and the pattern is this, that we begin with a society of all males. So that's not a species, that's what we would call clones, each directly, genetically engineered. And then we have males and females, but they're not fertile. Again, they're directly genetically engineered. Much as we would hybridize a mule and then the mules can't reproduce, that was us in the beginning. And then there's a conflict in Genesis 3 over whether the humans should be upgraded to be a proper species, not clones, but fertile, able to reproduce and become a society. And the Lord God commanded the man, "You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die." Now the serpent was more wily than any of the wild beasts the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say that you must not eat from any tree in the garden?" The woman replied to the serpent, "We are allowed to eat from the trees in the garden, but God did say not to eat the fruit from the tree in the middle of the garden. You must not even touch it, or you will die."
The serpent said, "You certainly won't die. God knows that when you eat it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, with knowledge of good and evil." When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they understood that they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. The Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed, and I will make the woman and her offspring hate you as an enemy." To the woman, the Lord God said, "You will now bring forth children in severe pain. With painful labor, you will now give birth to your children." To the human he said, "Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat from it all the days of your life." And the Lord God said, "The human has now become like one of us, with knowledge of good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life, and so live forever." So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden and placed at the entrance to the garden cherubim with a flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life.
Now, the way it's translated at the moment, the God character is the one against human progress. The God character is the one who wants to keep the humans so unintelligent they don't even know they're naked. And it's the serpent who wants to upgrade the humans for a better human experience, to be conscious, to be aware, to be able to make their own decisions. And it's quite clear that the God character feels very threatened by that idea and says, if you do that, they'll be like us. So again, you've got that anomalous, like one of us, as if God and the serpent are the same, as if God is plural. Again, you translate Elohim in the plural, it all makes sense that what we actually have is a conflict among the sky people, among the powerful ones, over how intelligent the human species is to be. And that concern about being overwhelmed or overpowered by a multiplied human presence with higher intelligence, well, you can find that in stories all around the world. But if you listen to the Efik people of Nigeria, they have the story of Abasi and Atai, who are very worried that their ability to govern over the human population will be very diminished by the progress humanity is making. And in that story, they release devices into the environment that will diminish the mental health and mental acuity of the human beings, which is a rather odd little story with echoes in Genesis, as we'll see a little later. Traditionally, the story of the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden has been told as the fall of humanity from a state of innocence. Seen in the context of a plural Elohim, the narrative flips. Far from being a fall, the conflict is over an upgrade to the human condition. Pluralizing the translation almost reverses the meaning of the entire episode. What we have here is the Bible's version of the conflict between Enlil and Enki over how intelligent the human beings should be. Reading Genesis 3 as the story of an intervention in the process of human evolution and as an upgrade to human intelligence reframes the whole scene, casting the serpent in Eden as the good guy of the story. For some, this is a disturbing and controversial interpretation. It represents a 180-degree change from the traditional religious reading of those texts. For centuries, the story of Yahweh, Elohim, and the serpent in Eden has been read as a moment in the cosmic battle between the Almighty and Satan, a fight between God and the devil.
However, the names devil or Satan are nowhere mentioned in the text. And if this is really an Elohim story, then we are certainly in the realm of plural visitors, powerful ones conflicting over Project Humanity. Moreover, the source narratives from ancient Mesopotamia on which the Genesis story would appear to be based point to a completely different framing.
What I would say is that the source of this story is not a God and the serpent story at all. It's the story of two brothers, Enlil and Enki, who have this argument over how intelligent the human beings should be.
Why then is the serpent of Genesis 3 so often equated with evil, with the devil or Satan? Nothing in the Genesis story itself makes that equation. So where does that association come from? The answer lies in a correlation with a verse in the New Testament book of Revelation.
Go to the book of Revelation, and there's a verse there that talks about a dragon being cast out of heaven. And it says that dragon, who's clearly the bad guy, is that ancient serpent, the one known as Satan or the devil, the text says. And so all of a sudden there's this equation of, well, I only know of one serpent in the Bible, that's the one in Genesis 3, so it must be the devil. But that really is not a correct equation at all. The Bible is full of serpents. And that text in Revelation reminds us that by serpent, it means dragon.
In fact, the Bible contains 34 mentions of dragons. Translation choices throughout the centuries have often obscured the presence of these dragons in the biblical texts. One word more commonly used is serpent. So there are many ancient serpents to which the Revelation text could be pointing. Moreover, there are plenty of clues remaining in the texts to indicate that these serpents are not snakes. Indeed, in the book of Revelation, the words for serpent and dragon are used interchangeably. One episode in which these enigmatic serpents appear occurs in the Hebrew Canon in the book of Numbers. It speaks of a time when the people of Israel are starving in the desert, and they ask Moses for food. On hearing this, Yahweh decides to punish the starving people for complaining. This he does by sending fiery serpents to attack the people. Why are the serpents described as fiery? What exactly is a fiery serpent? The words for these fiery serpents are saraf and seraphim. The book of Isaiah describes in some detail what these fiery seraphim looked like. Each seraph had 6 wings. With 2 they covered their faces, with 2 they covered their feet, and with 2 they were flying. Then one of the seraphim flew to me, carrying a live coal in its hand. The root meaning of the word seraph or seraphim in the plural is burning, or one that burns. Another entity in the Bible is the cherub, or cherubim in the plural. A cherub, or kurub, is far from the cute baby-like figure we often imagine. The Bible describes them as terrifying entities with 4 faces. Like the seraphim, they also could fly. The Book of Job is believed by many Bible scholars to be even more ancient than the books of Genesis. It describes an entity called Leviathan. Any hope of subduing Leviathan is vain. If you lay a hand on it, you will remember the struggle and vouch never to do it again. I will not fail to speak of Leviathan's limbs, its strength, and its graceful form. Who can remove its outer coat? Who can penetrate its double coat of armor? Who dares to open the doors of its mouth, ringed about with fearsome teeth? Its back has rows of shields tightly sealed together. Its snorting throws out flashes of light. Its eyes are like the rays of dawn. Flames stream forth from its mouth. Sparks of fire shoot out. Smoke pours forth from its nostrils, as from a boiling pot over burning reeds. Its breath sets coals ablaze, and flames dart from its mouth. When it rises up, even mighty men are terrified. They retreat before its thrashing. The sword that reaches it has no effect, nor does the spear, nor the dart, nor the javelin. In the New Testament, the book of Revelation describes a fearsome entity which it simply calls the beast. The beast I saw resembled a leopard, but it had feet like those of a bear and a mouth like that of a lion. Then I saw a second beast. It had 2 horns like a lamb, but its voice was like the voice of a dragon. It would be easy to dismiss these descriptions as fanciful imaginings of mythical beasts, except that among this panoply of non-human entities, an entity carrying the name of Yahweh is described in startlingly similar terms. The prophet Isaiah reports the entity Yahweh describing himself in language which, comparison by comparison, prefigures the book of Revelation's description of the beast. I will come upon them like a lion, like a leopard, I will lurk by the path, like a bear robbed of her cubs, I will attack them and rip them open. Like a lion, I will devour them, a wild animal, tearing them apart. It would seem strange that the writer of Revelation would describe a beast with a voice like a dragon in exactly the same language as the book of Isaiah's description of Yahweh. Why, in the book of Job, would Yahweh boast of his own strength by comparing himself with the monstrous, fire-breathing Leviathan? In the book of 2 Samuel, King David describes Yahweh like this: In my distress I called out to Yahweh. From his temple he heard my voice. My cry came to his ears. The earth trembled and quaked. The foundations of the skies shook. They trembled because he was angry. Smoke rose from his nostrils. Consuming fire came from his mouth. Burning coals blazed out of it. He parted the skies and came down, with dark clouds of smoke under his feet. He mounted the cherubim and flew, soaring on the wings of the wind. Bolts of lightning blazed forth, the valleys of the sea were exposed, and the foundations of the earth laid bare, at the rebuke of Yahweh, at the blast of breath from his nostrils. Multiple texts in the Hebrew Canon speak of Yahweh's wings and pinions, and in almost every text where the nostrils of Yahweh are mentioned in the Bible, the length of the nostrils is mentioned, and almost invariably, destruction by fire quickly follows. From another part of the world, the Mesoamerican account of human origins reported in the Popol Vuh speaks of early humans being produced by those who engineer. Their chief genetic technician is referred to as Kukulkan, or Kukumats, or Quetzalcoatl. He is another dragon-like entity in our ancestors' memories of beginnings. Quetzalcoatl is described as a feathered serpent. His job is to engineer a new kind of hominid. His instructions were simple: make avatars for us to work for us and bring us our food. In the Bible, Yahweh presides over a human population who serve him, follow his instructions, and bring a continual supply of edible offerings. For example, Numbers 31:17 reports that after one raid on a neighboring community, Yahweh demands that his human avatars bring him 675 sheep and goats, 72 cattle, 61 donkeys, 32 virgin girls, and 420 pounds of gold. The humans, he says, can keep the rest. This would seem a strange request if Yahweh were an almighty God. But what did the entity Yahweh want with all those edible offerings? Was it possible that they were intended to be consumed not by Yahweh himself, but by his priests? From the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, comes a surprising clue. In it, a book called Bel and the Dragon mocks a competing society who have all the same pattern of worship that surrounded Yahweh, including the regular task of providing their powerful one with continual edible offerings. The joke in the story of Bel and the Dragon is that the huge tent supposedly holding their dragon is empty. The priests are pretending the powerful one is still in the tent, pretending to visit him as the people's go-betweens. In reality, it is the priests who are eating all the edible offerings brought by the people. This story is told to contrast the competing people group with the people of Yahweh. The people of Yahweh had a real powerful one who really was eating the offerings himself, who really was kept hidden in the furthest recesses of an enormous tabernacle, hidden in darkness and surrounded by smoke. But does that sound like the story of an almighty God? Could these ancient stories of a fearful dragon ruling over his humans have been mistakenly translated as stories of Yahweh? How can a name associated with Almighty God also be associated with such a fearful, fiery figure? In the final edit of the Hebrew Canon, did the editors paste the holy name of God over stories of completely different kinds of entity?
I think it's that translation confusion that has really muddled the picture. Now, there's a very broad consensus among Bible scholars that the final edit of the Hebrew Scriptures was done in the 6th century BCE, and one of the main agendas was to present the stories of the Hebrew Canon as if it was a seamless story of Almighty God, the cosmic source, from the very first verse of Genesis onwards. But unfortunately, what that meant is that they pasted the holy name Yahweh over these other texts that are about something else. What I argue in the Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden is that we should use the root meanings of the words in the text, so that the stories of the powerful ones are the stories of the powerful ones, the stories of the dragons are the stories of the dragons, and that when God, the cosmic source, makes an appearance, well, let's call that God. But if we muddle them all together and call them all God, we end up with a very distorted picture where we're all laboring in fear and terror of an almighty entity that will torment us forever if we get it wrong, that is very unforgiving, can turn on a dime, terribly violent, and has no empathy towards us. That's all a confusion that has resulted from our forgetting that many of these stories are our ancestors' memories of the traumas we suffered when we were invaded by extraterrestrial forces in our deep past.
The beginning of the story of the people of God goes back to another episode now expressed as a Yahweh story. The progenitors of the Hebrew tradition are named as Abraham and Sarah. Their role as the patriarch and matriarch of many nations begins with an anomalous close encounter. Yahweh appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance of his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing by. When he saw them, he hurried to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, "If I have found favor in your eyes, my lord, do not pass your servant by. Let water be brought for you to wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat so you can be refreshed before you go on your way." Then one of them said, "I will surely return in about a year, by which time your wife will have a son." Now Sarah was listening at the entrance of the tent. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, "Worn out as I am, and old as my master is, will I now have this pleasure?" The stranger's words proved true. The elderly couple give birth to Isaac, and Isaac produces 2 sons, Jacob and Esau. But how ancient is this story? Does it come from far further back in the lineage of Homo sapiens? The story of Jacob and Esau would appear to describe 2 different kinds of human being. One is smooth-skinned and highly intelligent, Jacob. The other, Esau, is considerably less intelligent. He is as strong as an ox, and his body is covered in thick red hair. In fact, his body hair is so thick that his blind father is unable to tell the difference between the skin of Esau and the hide of a goat. The smooth-skinned human learns to manipulate and control the hairy one with offerings of food, and despite being the younger, manages to gain the upper hand and take control of their environment.
Now that clues me that we might be looking at a far more ancient story than we think we are. And indeed, if Abraham and Sarah of the Hebrew tradition are in fact the same as Brahma and Saraswati of the Vedic tradition, then we really are looking at a more ancient story, because Brahma and Saraswati are the progenitors of humanity in the Vedic tradition. Now that's a nice story in which we have a benevolent encounter with sky people who are very attractive and look human. In that encounter, Abraham and Sarah just think that they're 3 guys at the beginning of the encounter. Now, when those entities then go and visit Sodom in the very next chapter, we're told something else about them, and that is that they're drop-dead gorgeous. In fact, they're so attractive that the locals are driven wild with passion for them. And so that's a clue that those sky people, those powerful ones, looked human and were very attractive. But we have other passages, other ancient stories that seem to depict human colonies being governed over by entities that look and sound more like dragons. And so when you get to the transition king, the first human king over the people of God, you've got a story of the human beings saying to Yahweh, "We don't want you governing anymore, we want a human king." If Yahweh is the name for Almighty God, that story doesn't make any sense at all. But when you realize the name has actually been pasted over some of these other more traumatic memories, the picture begins to resolve and you understand what you're looking at.
Bible scholars believe that the Hebrew Canon formed through a sequence of writing, amalgamation, and redactions or edits. Originally a disparate collection of scrolls and books, the leaders and scribes of the Hebrew tradition brought them together to form a library of sacred texts. Genesis 1 to 11 comprise the stories of beginnings, possibly dating back to Abraham and Sarah, who brought a summary of their folklore from their families' ties with the Sumerian-based cultures of Mesopotamia. Through the centuries that followed, new books were added and the collection harmonized to teach the stories of Moses and to authenticate the Mosaic Law. This collection became the Pentateuch. Further books were added, and the expanded collection harmonized to authenticate the laws and institutions of Yahweh, the monarchy, and the priesthood. This became known as the Deuteronomistic history. Similar processes continued until the 6th century BCE, with a final redaction, which appears to have aimed at distancing the entire collection of writings from their Mesopotamian roots, expunging their memories of dragons and sky people, airbrushing out the problem of too many gods, and presenting a story more in keeping with the developed monotheism of Jewish faith in the 6th century BCE.
So there is a very broad scholarly consensus that the most recent redaction on the Hebrew scriptures occurred in the 6th century BCE with the agenda of turning all these ancient stories into a seamless story of Almighty God, the source of the cosmos. And it's a wonderful, very positive message that there is only one God, the source of the cosmos, and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being. It's a very empowering vision to have. But paste it over those old stories and it doesn't quite work. The shape of the old stories remains. And in the Scars of Eden, I argue that we should use the root meanings of many of these words instead. That we tell the stories of the Elohim as the stories of the powerful ones and begin to understand the true nature of our origins as a species and our place in the cosmos.
The final edit of the Old Testament of the Bible, the Hebrew Canon, included the layering of some beautiful and profound theology over the top of ancient texts. Unfortunately, mistranslating traumatic ancestral memories as if they were encounters with God is a choice with far-reaching consequences. Belief in a violent, xenophobic, hierarchical God has been used through the ages to justify violence, wars, and all manner of abuses. However, the fidelity with which the ancient manuscripts have been curated in the Hebrew Canon by countless generations of priests and scribes means that in our generation, we can now return to these fascinating artifacts of our prehistory and ask how differently they might be translated.
I think it's very important that we do this translation work, because if we're going to confuse God and a dragon, that's a pretty serious kind of confusion to come up with. If God is the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being, I find that a very freeing and empowering vision. But if God is like a fire-breathing dragon, I'm not so sure. And it's not just a matter of picking the image of God that you prefer. It is a question of what do the texts say? And in the Scars of Eden, I argue that the texts are very clear. They carry the memory of our ancestors' encounters with extraterrestrials.
In 1984, a 26-year-old woman appeared on the beach of Anloga, a coastal town in the Kita district of the Volta region of Ghana, West Africa. When she walked into her family home, her relatives embraced her with joy and confusion. She had been missing for 3 years. Her family was full of questions. Why had she vanished? Where had she gone? And what had happened to her in the intervening years? The story the young woman told them left her family worried and confused. The young woman explained that she had been kidnapped while walking on the beach and taken to a community far away where she had been held captive. She had lived among her captors for 3 years, and in that time had been forced to bear children. But the most shocking part of the young woman's story was still to come. Her family pressed her to tell them where she had been living, why she hadn't been able to contact them, and who had taken her. Finally, she told them. She had been taken from the beach to an underwater base. The people had taken her in order for her to produce children. And most disturbing of all, the people who had taken her were not human. They were the Mami Wata people.
You can find the Mami Wata tradition all up the western seaboard of Africa and into the Caribbean. And it takes different forms in different places, and different names are used in different parts of the world, but it's all essentially the same story. On first hearing, it sounds like Western stories of mermaids or the Greek story of the sirens. The Mami Wata people are described as very beautiful, often female, and they abduct people near the water's edge. Now, you might think, well, that just sounds like some kind of a cautionary tale to tell the young men to behave and not be tempted, or to stay safe and not go near the water. But what interests me about this tradition is that it is thousands of years old, long before the name Mami Wata was given to it. And in particular, what intrigues me is this narrative of abductions, which goes back thousands upon thousands of years. Now, what this young lady told her family was in no way a story of convenience. My family is actually 1 degree removed from that family, and I can tell you that she did not tell that story to help herself. If you think about it, somebody presenting with a story like that, it's not going to help them. It's not going to help them be accepted. It's not going to help them get a job. They're more likely to be locked up and medicated. People know that. And so when they are prepared to share a story like that, it merits that we listen to it with respect. And the fact that this narrative is so wide and goes back so far suggests to me that we need to give it some more serious attention. It's actually part of a bigger narrative and an even more ancient one. And I'm talking about the Book of Enoch.
The origins of the Book of Enoch are rooted in the Hebrew tradition. Scholars generally agree that the various parts of the Book of Enoch were authored in the 2nd and 3rd centuries BCE. The writing may have encapsulated an oral tradition going even further back in history. The book is titled with the name of Enoch. According to the Book of Genesis, Enoch was the father of Methuselah, who was the father of Lamech, who was the father of Noah.
Enoch is probably the world's first abductee, albeit probably a willing one. There's a section in the book where Enoch is given a year's notice before being taken away from his family. If I read about Enoch in the book of Genesis, I'll find him in chapter 5, where it says this: Enoch walked with God. Then he was no more, because God took him away. My book, Escaping from Eden, argues that that's actually a mistranslation. The text is about the Elohim, and the word Elohim often gets translated as God, but it is a plural form word, and it takes plural verbs. So the way that text really reads is that Enoch walked with the Elohim, walked with the powerful ones, to translate it. And then he was not, because the powerful ones took him away. Now that's in effect a summary of the story of Enoch from the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch unpacks what walking with the powerful ones meant, and unpacks it in astonishing detail.
The Book of Enoch comprises several works. In the Book of Watchers, Enoch tells the story of human females being abducted and impregnated by beings who arrive on Earth from their stations in the sky. It goes on to describe the writer's journeys through the cosmos, discovering truths previously hidden from humanity concerning other dimensions. The Book of Parables speaks more of Enoch's journeys and speaks of God's judgment of the Watchers and plans for humanity. It holds out the promise of a heavenly Messiah. In the Book of Heavenly Luminaries, Enoch is shown around the galaxy by an entity called Uriel. Whether through a physical journey, or astral travel, or simple tutelage, Uriel instructs him in astronomy and the laws of the cosmos. Enoch describes what he has been shown on the basis of his geocentric worldview, in which he pictured the Earth as flat and covered by a dome-like canopy. It is in those terms that he interprets what he is being shown. And yet the motif of a human being shown astronomy by an advanced being finds echoes elsewhere in the Hebrew tradition. The prophet Ezekiel describes his experience in more physical terms. The prophet Ezekiel reports an experience of being picked up in a flying craft. In his experience, a human-like pilot flies him around various cities of ancient Iraq before finally depositing him in Tel Aviv. In the past, scholars have assumed that Ezekiel was describing a vision. But might the writer have been describing something real and material, something that today we would call an alien abduction?
The Book of Enoch and the Book of Ezekiel would be described as apocalyptic literature. Now, what apocalyptic literature means is that the writer has seen something that he doesn't know what it is, he doesn't know what it means, it's absolutely mind-boggling. And so in essence, he simply reports what he saw and experienced because he knows it's significant and then wants the reader to unpack the significance of it. Now, Ezekiel doesn't describe this as a vision. He says where he was when this craft appeared and picked him up, where it flew him, the places he saw and where he was dropped off, and the state he was in after he had been dropped off. He said he was so disoriented he couldn't speak for a further 7 days. And it's kind of amusing because all the time he's being flown around, the pilot, who he describes as he was like a human being, he was like a son of man. The pilot is trying to talk to Ezekiel about religion and politics, but all the while Ezekiel is fascinated by the craft that he's in. He's describing what he's seeing and hearing. All the time he's looking around saying, this thing is amazing, this metal, what is this metal? It's so shiny. How do these wheels work? This glass canopy, I've never seen anything like that. And what is that roaring sound every time we move? He's trying to get his head around the craft that he's being carried in, which he describes as Yahweh's habitation or as the glory, because he has no other language with which to describe it. To the modern eye and the modern ear, we see and hear his report. I think we have a pretty shrewd idea what he's describing. I think when we dismiss it and say it's a vision, we're actually doing what we do to all contactees and abductees and experiences. We sort of put our fingers in our ears and go la 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 because what we're seeing and hearing contradicts our worldview. The worldview that says we are alone in the universe, end of story.
The claims of the Book of Ezekiel find support in other ancient literature. Flying and spacefaring craft are described in the Hindu texts of the Bhagavad Gita. Similar craft are depicted in the ancient wall art of Egypt and Mesoamerica. In the Book of Enoch, the writer describes journeys which take him far beyond those of Ezekiel and even far beyond our solar system.
Ezekiel's travels around Iraq were just earthbound travels. He's just flying. Whereas Enoch describes travels around the galaxy, and he's being guided by this strange entity called Uriel, a non-human entity. Now, it's unclear whether he's being taken on a physical journey at that point, or if he's being shown a textbook, or if he's astral traveling. And it's very clear that he's trying to interpret this through his own worldview. But in one way or another, he's being shown the position of the stars, the heavenly bodies, how they move, and how they relate to each other. And this theme of astronomical information is a little bit anomalous in the Bible, but it actually rings bells with narratives and mythologies from all around the world. You can think about the Mayan calendar, the Aztecs, the Sumerians, the Egyptians. All of them had precise astronomical information in their mythologies. And you read that and you think, how could they possibly have had access to that information all that time ago? One of the most dramatic examples is the Dogon people of Mali. When the anthropologists got into conversation with their shamanic elders, they spoke about information they had to do with the Sirius star system. First of all, they knew that there was a 3-star system, something we didn't know about until the 20th century. And when the anthropologists asked them, how do you have all this information about the Sirius star system? They said, oh, we learned that from the people who taught us. They were from Sirius C. So there's a pattern in the world's ancestral narratives and ancient mythologies of precise astronomical information being encoded within very ancient stories. And we can see aspects of that, an echo of that, in the Book of Enoch. He's getting his information from a non-human entity called Uriel, who's giving him a little bit of an education on the solar system.
The Book of Enoch describes in dramatic detail a period in which 200 watchers arrive on planet Earth and begin abducting human females. With these women, the watchers produce hybrid beings who are human in form, but far larger than normal human beings. Mythologies around the world corroborate the Book of Enoch's account of abductions by extraterrestrial presences exiled on planet Earth. Although quoted verbatim in the New Testament letter of Jude and accepted as scripture by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the Book of Enoch has never been included in the internationally accepted canons of scripture for either Judaism or Christianity.
The fact that the Book of Enoch isn't in the official canons of scripture, I don't think is particularly important. First of all, we should acknowledge that it is in the canon of the Bible in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. It was quoted by Clement of Alexandria, one of the most significant of the early church fathers, as if it was scripture. The Book of Jude, when he wants to quote the Enoch of the Bible, he quotes the Book of Enoch word by word. He assumes that his readers, his New Testament readers, have read the Book of Enoch. I think the significance of that really can't be exaggerated. The stories told in the Book of Enoch are really an unpacking of narratives that we find in canonical books, Genesis, Ezekiel, the Gospels, and the New Testament. So in that sense, it's a book that believers shouldn't be frightened of reading. It is a book absolutely affirmed by the canonical scriptures themselves. The Book of Enoch's story of 200 watchers coming to planet Earth and hybridizing with human females, resulting in giants, well, that's a narrative that you can find repeated. It's there in Genesis 6, but it's there in the narratives of cultures all around the world. You can find it in African stories, Indian stories, Greek stories, the Sumerian stories. It's there in Genesis chapter 6 and in the narratives of cultures all around the world. And the story is always the same. Beings of another kind coming to planet Earth, hybridizing and interbreeding with human females and resulting in a different kind of being called a giant or a titan or a Nephilim.
In the West, these ancient accounts of abduction and interbreeding have been read as fables. The beings exiled to Earth are interpreted as mythical beings, or nothing more than literary creations. Some interpret the Watchers of Enoch and the Mami Wata people as spiritual beings rather than a species like ourselves. But this explanation fails to account for the narrative of interbreeding. Many of the Christian and shamanic traditions of Africa take a more concrete view.
Now, some would say these watchers are angels, but the word angel doesn't tell us what kind of being they are. What we can say is that they come from space, that they are physical every bit as much as we are, that they are similar enough to us to be able to hybridize with us, different enough that the result of that hybridization is different to us. They can travel great distances with great rapidity, maybe even interdimensionally. They come from the sky and they intervene harmfully in human affairs. Now, by any account, that sounds to me an awful lot like an extraterrestrial.
Serious studies have been made into the area of ET abduction syndrome. The late Professor John Mack was Harvard's head of clinical psychology. In the 1990s, U.S. Defense tasked Professor Mack with investigating the psychology of military personnel who had filed reports of close encounters with extraterrestrials. As he continued his investigation, patterns began emerging in their reports. His technique included supplementary questions which gave his subjects no opportunity to prepare or collude in what they were describing. Professor Mack then widened his sample base to include civil aviation operatives who had filed similar reports. The conclusions he brought to U.S. Defense were that these were not cases of psychosis or hallucination. These operatives had been in contact with something real that merited further serious study. In 2009, Pope Benedict XVI called on the Pontifical Academy of Sciences to convene a colloquium to discuss the theological implications of contact with other civilizations. The colloquium gathered 30 leading scholars and theologians. Among those who brought its findings to the press was one of the Vatican's most senior experts in paranormal phenomena, Monsignor Corrado Balducci, a leading exorcist for the Roman Catholic Church. He explained that when contactees and abductees report their close encounters, they are not describing psychotic episodes or demonic encounters. Rather, they have been in contact with a completely different kind of entity, one which merits more serious study. Another area meriting more serious study was identified by famous astrophysicist Carl Sagan in the 1960s. His comments were prompted by another ancient mythology concerning beings who were in appearance part human and part aquatic. The Apkallu were beings described in a Babylonian mythology that was written down by a Greek priest called Berossus in the 3rd century BCE.
Berossus described the Apkallu as part human, part aquatic. And that's a theme that recurs in the African Mami Wata tradition and in the Caribbean and in other mythologies around the world. And we see depictions of entities that are part human, part aquatic in many diverse cultures, seemingly with no contact with each other. Berossus goes on to talk about one of the leaders of the Apkallu, Oannes, and describes that they took a role in nurturing early humanity, providing our ancestors with the basic tools of civilization to set us on our journey as a human civilization.
In 1962, while at Berkeley, a young Carl Sagan wrote a paper titled Direct Contact Among Galactic Civilizations by Relativistic Interstellar Spacecraft. In the paper he wrote, "There is the statistical likelihood that Earth was visited by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization at least once during historical times." On page 497 of his study, Sagan speculates that the number of such visits could be as many as 10,000. Sagan wrote, "There are other legends which deserve serious study in the present context. As one example, we may mention the Babylonian account of the generation of the Sumerian civilization by the Apkallu, representatives of an advanced non-human and possibly extraterrestrial society." 4 years later, in a collaboration with the Ukrainian scientist I.S. Shklovsky, titled Intelligent Life in the Universe, Carl Sagan wrote, "Stories like the Oannes legend deserve much more in critical studies than have been performed heretofore, with the possibility of direct contact with an extraterrestrial civilization as one of the many possible explanations."
Well, could an intervention by an extraterrestrial civilization like the Apkallu explain why, all of a sudden, from out of the blue, in ancient Sumeria, you have civilization springing up, complete with mathematics, complex astronomy, civil engineering, streetscapes, banking, money, a legal system, culture and literature? I mean, that is a major, major leap forward for Homo sapiens that needs some major explaining. It seems to me that we would make better sense of that leap in the story if we allow for the possibility of an external intervention. And that's exactly what the story of the Apkallu is. And just how curious that the physical descriptions of the Apkallu correlate so closely with the ancient stories of the Mami Wata people.
In the United States of America alone, more than 500,000 people go missing every year. In the year 2018, 612,846 new people were registered as missing. Some are cases of misadventure. An unconfirmed number proved to be cases of slavery and sex trafficking. Others are cases of violent crime. Thankfully, the majority of missing persons return, and some are later found. However, approximately 15%, around 90,000 each year, remain unexplained.
Year after year, thousands of people go missing just in America's national parks. In fact, the figure is so disturbing that the park authorities are told not to keep a record of them. And I'm not talking about people who wandered off the path and got lost. I'm talking about people who are in the middle of a conversation, in the middle of a baseball game, and all of a sudden, one of them vanishes. Now, we have no mythology or science to account for that. And the horror of those figures ought to disturb us a lot more than having to listen to a report that offends our worldview. So I'm with Monsignor Balducci and John Mack in saying that what they have encountered merits far more serious study than has been given to the phenomenon.
One fascinating aspect of the Book of Enoch is that of the extraterrestrial being Uriel, who tutors Enoch with an education in the cosmos, speaking of humanity's place in the universe, the astronomical home of the powerful ones, and the workings of the solar system. This motif of advanced knowledge being imparted by people from the stars is a theme that can be found in other indigenous narratives, and sometimes with surprising proofs of their claims.
My interest in cases of abduction is as a student of the world's mythologies, and it grieves me that we so impoverish ourselves by refusing to listen to the report of people whose experiences don't fit in our boxes. As people become aware of my book Escaping from Eden, I am contacted every single day by people who have had experiences and close encounters, some of them abduction experiences, that they have not told anyone in decades. Often I'll have people say, I experienced this when I was 15 years old, something like that. I have told my wife, I've told the person I was with when I experienced it, and in the 50 years since, I haven't told another living, breathing soul. But I want to tell you because I still need to process what happened to me. That is the effect of the ridicule and shame that we're so ready to visit upon anybody who has an experience that offends our worldview. And I think it's time that that changed. We need to listen to the experience of those around us, and as we do, we will find out there is far more going on in our world than we have ever given credit for. I think in the West we tend to regard these as psychiatric phenomena, and we probably conceive of it as a post-1950s phenomenon. But that couldn't be further from the truth. It is an ancient phenomenon. It's part of our mythologies. And again, I'd say it's not the kind of story you make up to advantage yourself. You're not going to make money or get promotions from bringing this kind of report. It's something that you know is going to damage your reputation if you share it. And that's why I'm with John Mack and Monsignor Corrado Balducci saying that we need to listen with respect to these reports and understand that it's a different kind of entity we're hearing about, and that this is something that merits serious study. What we're being offered by the Book of Enoch and the Mami Wata tradition is a context for these stories, a wider context and a longer context from cultures all around the world, a context that goes back thousands of years.
Is the theme of advanced knowledge purely fiction? Is it a cover for prehistoric genius, an insight that is purely human? And why does the theme of humans being tutored by higher beings recur so widely among Earth's indigenous cultures? Is it possible that insight into these questions might be gained by listening to the experience of those who have claimed contact with extraterrestrials, including those like the young lady in Anloga, Ghana, who claimed to have lived for 3 years among the Mami Wata people? Might there be a link between their experiences, the legend of Oannes and the Apkallu, and the giant leap forward experienced by humanity in the distant past?
It's intriguing to me that as well as this ancient story of a great leap forward in our evolution as a species being aided by an ET intervention, we also have the report of returnees. I'm one person removed from 2 individuals who returned from their contact with greatly enhanced cognitive abilities. One had a notebook that was just filled with advanced calculus because that was what his mind was full of after his experience, something quite different to how he was previously. Now, they didn't come back boasting, saying, "Oh, I had this amazing thing happen to me and now I'm a genius." People often don't talk about this aspect of the experience because they don't want to become a case study. They don't want to be incarcerated and probed and prodded to work out what's really going on. There is far more of that kind of experience than is commonly reported. It's curious because it's a form of acquired savant syndrome, and this is a real-world phenomenon studied by credentialed neuroscientists around the world, where a brain injury or a central nervous system event or a trauma will release prodigious cognitive abilities that the person did not have before. And it's often described as a disinhibition of brain functions. Quietly, returnees often report that kind of experience. I note that because it's part of the Mami Wata tradition as well. The payoff, one of the promises made to the person who is abducted, is that they will return with a higher intelligence, with higher consciousness. That is part of the package that this contact with these other beings is promising. How intriguing that it's part of that narrative too.
The Book of Enoch tells a story that seems foreign to Western ears. With its reference to a non-human population resident on Earth, it appears at odds with the familiar stories of our mainstream religions. But to people like the Dogon tribe of Mali, with their memory of friends from the Sirius star system, or the Cherokee people of North America, with their memories of people from the Pleiades, or people from African and Caribbean cultures familiar with Mami Wata, many of its themes were strangely familiar. Those who had brought reports of contact with the Mami Wata people and other returnees around the world may find comfort knowing that this generation is not the first to claim abduction by a non-human presence on planet Earth. if we can learn to listen with respect to our mythologies and to the stories of those who claim to be contactees and returnees, what new insights might we then gain about humanity's place in the cosmos? The Qumran Caves on the northern shore of the Dead Sea. It was in caves hidden in these Judean mountains that an ancient religious community hid its precious archives of papyrus scrolls and manuscripts. In 1947, a shepherd throwing rocks was surprised by the sound of a breaking pot. When he investigated, he realized he had stumbled upon an incredible treasure trove of ancient texts. Between 800 and 900 manuscripts have since been recovered, among them some of the most important historic and religious texts ever found. Among them, the Book of Enoch. The earliest version of the Book of Enoch is the Ethiopian book. Ethiopia is home to the one church communion that accepts the Book of Enoch within the canon of the Bible. The Ethiopian book comprises the Book of Watchers, the Parables of Enoch, the Astronomical Book or the Book of Luminaries, the Book of Dreams, and the Epistle of Enoch. Many of its themes echo the aspirations and concerns of many of the Hebrew scriptures, but other themes occur within its pages that are more unusual. The current scrolls date from the 3rd to the 1st century BCE. The source of their narratives and their authorship remain a mystery.
The book is attributed to Enoch, but that doesn't settle the question of its authorship, because just as the historic Moses didn't necessarily write all the books of Moses, or the prophet Isaiah didn't necessarily write all the books of Isaiah, so the authorship of the Book of Enoch remains a bit of a mystery. But Enoch himself is a fascinating figure and very intriguing. He's an ancestor of Noah. Noah is his great-grandson, and he himself, Enoch, is the great-great-great-great-grandson of Adam and Eve, which, if you think about it, if I'm doing my maths right, means he had 62 other great-great-great-great-grandparents in the same generation as Adam and Eve. So, just taking the narrative on its own terms, who were they? I mean, that's a mystery on a mystery.
Scholars believe the Qumran community to have been home to the Essenes, a secretive monastic community, and the caves in the Judean mountains, their high-security archive.
The evidence is that the Qumran community was part of the movement of Essenes, which was a monastic-style community of that time, and you can see why they would have loved the book. There are many themes that would have been important to them, but there's a section in chapters 85 to 90 of prophetic texts, and many people read them as prophesying the advent of various tribes and empires, and then they appear to foretell the advent of the Essenes themselves, and then Jesus of Nazareth, and then the 12 apostles of Christianity. And it wasn't only the Essenes who held this book in high regard. Many of the early church fathers quoted from this book freely, and they referred to it as to scripture. That would include writers like Tertullian, Justin Martyr, Origen, Clement of Alexandria, all referring to this as if it were part of their canon.
Given the high regard in which the book was held in ancient times, what was it about the book's contents that made it so controversial that it had to be excluded from the official canons? In chapters 1 to 36, we read the Book of Watchers. It details contact between entities from off-planet and human beings. Some of that contact is benign and nurtures the emergence of human society. The Watchers teach the humans how to cultivate crops, how to use medicine and other healing modalities. The Watchers teach metal technology and introduce the humans to adornments, jewelry, and makeup.
That aspect of off-planet people, the Watchers, coming and teaching Homo sapiens how to farm and to build a civilization, that marks the Book of Enoch out as very different to the books that we find within the canon of the Bible. But it is not a unique story. That narrative repeats in mythologies all around the world. You can find it in Native American mythology, Mayan, Zulu, Babylonian. All make the claim that in our prehistoric past there was an intervention. People from off-planet came and nurtured the human race as a conscious, intelligent, technological species and gave us the building blocks of civilization. But though that narrative has been allowed to remain in indigenous mythologies all around the world, it seems that that admission of a wider ET family was an admission that the Jewish and Christian religious authorities were not willing to make.
Of all the lessons given by the Watchers, one that concerns much of the Book of Enoch is the lesson in astronomy.
This is another aspect in which Enoch differs from the other Jewish texts. Astronomy or astrology, which were all part of the same thing at that time, not favorably looked upon in the Bible, but it's there as a theme in Enoch. Again, where there's a point of difference from the other Jewish writings, Enoch finds correlations in other world mythologies. The moment you listen to other world mythologies, you hear the same notes. Mayan astronomy is a byword for sophistication. Egyptian, Sumerian, think about the Dogon people with their knowledge of the Sirius star system. In Enoch, we're told about the movement of the moon around the earth around the sun, the fact that the moon reflects the sun's light, the nature of eclipses and the cycles of the moon. How was the writer shown that? Did he see it in the flesh? Did he physically travel? Was it through an altered state of consciousness? Was he shown textbooks? Was it a remote viewing? By the time we're in the late chapters of the Book of Enoch, the suggestions are there that it was all of those.
Among its most explosive claims is the book's account of the abduction of human females by 200 of the Watchers. Their offspring are described as giants. The name the Book of Genesis gives them is Nephilim. Greek legend calls them the Titans, and mythologies all around the world tell their own versions of this intriguing episode. Writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, the Jewish historian Josephus refers to the ancestral memory of human abductions and hybridization unpacked by the Book of Enoch.
Josephus refers to that as history, and he points to the existence of giants in his own time as material evidence of that ancient intervention. Now, it's interesting that he also notes that the Greek legends have maintained a written tradition of that story. He also refers back, of course, to Genesis chapter 6, where the story of abductions and hybridization is told so briefly, so swiftly, that it's quite, and with no introduction of these random characters turning up to do this, that it's quite clear that the writer of Genesis 6 assumes his readers already know this story from another source.
Yet the narrative of human abductions is an aspect of the book which remains the hardest for many to process.
Enoch may well be the Bible's first abductee, although he may have been a willing one. When we read chapters 80 and 81, we see Enoch being given a year's notice before the Watchers take him. If we go to Genesis and read chapter 5 verse 24, it tells us this about Enoch. It says, Enoch walked 365 years, and then the Elohim took him away. Now that word Elohim means the powerful ones. So the Watchers in the Book of Enoch are among the Elohim, the powerful ones, of the biblical narrative.
If we go to Genesis 6, where we find the Bible's reference to the Watchers coming, it describes them as Bene Elohim, and that word means they are a kind of Elohim. So the Watchers of the Book of Enoch are Bene Elohim or Elohim in the biblical text. Now, if you dig a little deeper, you go to the source narratives on which those early biblical stories are based, you're going to find yourself in the Sumerian texts, and they speak about sky people or star people. And among those people, 300 are dispatched to what they call stations in the stars, which I think we would call space stations. And their job is to work as observers. That's the word used in the Sumerian, observers. So watchers in the Book of Enoch, observers in the Sumerian narrative. I don't think that is a coincidence.
So why didn't the Book of Enoch make it into the canon of the Bible?
There's a very broad consensus among biblical scholars today that the Hebrew stories of beginnings took their current shape through decisions and edits made sometime in the 6th century BCE. In Christianity, decisions were made from the 2nd century onwards that shaped up what was to become the New Testament and made the call to glue it to the Hebrew Canon to create a Christian Bible. Now, all those decisions were taken on the basis of a monotheistic world view, and so the edits in the Hebrew scriptures were to monotheize them. And their worldview was that we are alone in the universe. And so when they found other texts, including the Book of Enoch, where so much is going on that acknowledge other entities, off-planet entities, entities that seem to have intergalactic technology or even interdimensional technology, they could not admit those because, in the language of the ancients, they simply presented too many gods. My book, Escaping from Eden, argues that this edit made in the 6th century BCE of the Hebrew Canon may have solved the problem of too many gods, but by conflating the idea of God with these other ET entities, which in the Bible are just a translation away from being blindingly obvious, by doing that, the editor has taken the ET narrative and pushed it almost out of sight. And at the same time, he hopelessly confuses how we understand God in the Bible, because we end up blaming God for things that were really the responsibility of ET entities in their interactions with ancient human beings. I believe that, correctly translated, the Bible is peppered from start to finish with non-human entities. Think about the Nephilim, the Anakim, the Elohim, the Bene Elohim, the Sky Council, the one like a human being in the book of Ezekiel. These are strands within the biblical tradition that the institutional Judaism and Christianity of the day did not want to do business with and just tactfully ignored. The Book of Enoch, by being so specific about them, blows all that open.
With a worldview that says there's no such thing as an ET, monotheizing the canon of the Bible had to mean excluding these other narratives. Why was the narrative of ancient ET contact suppressed? What was so taboo about reporting the Watcher's role in our great leap forward? Why was the narrative of human abduction and hybridization allowed to remain in other indigenous mythologies around the world, but excised from Judaism and Christianity? And what agenda did that secrecy serve? Vladimir Sherbak and Maxim Akulov from the Al-Farabi Kazakh National University and the Fezenkov Astrophysical Institute have devoted 13 years to the Human Genome Project, mapping human DNA coding. Together, they have concluded that human beings were intelligently designed, with what they describe as arithmetic patterns and symbolic language encoded into our DNA. Merkulov and Sherbak have identified 9 multiples of 37 scattered through our genetic code. Speaking to New Scientist, Merkulov described the pattern as very hard to ascribe to natural processes. In 1985, Carl Sagan wrote his only novel, and it became the movie Contact in 1997. The story revolves around a signal broadcast to planet Earth from a distant and advanced civilization. And the clue in the signal, that it is a non-random signal, that it's come from an intelligent source, is a repetition of prime numbers in the frequency of the signal. That is something that couldn't occur naturally. This is from an intelligent source. Where did Carl Sagan get that wonderful idea of the repetition of primes being a signature? It's a strange coincidence, because Vladimir Sherbak and Maxim Merkulov, who are 2 top authorities in the field of human DNA research, have identified exactly that signature in the DNA coding for human beings. In our genetic code, there occur 9 repetitions of multiples of 37 in our DNA. And the researchers point out that the likelihood of that happening by chance are 1 in 10 trillion. In a mastery of understatement, Merkulov explained, "It was clear right away that the code has a non-random structure. Sooner or later, we have to accept the fact that all life on Earth carries the genetic code of our extraterrestrial cousins, and that evolution is not what we think it is." The Russian physicist Yuri Rumer first identified one set of repetitions back in 1966. Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the double helix structure of DNA, and senior physicist Leslie Orgel added their voice to support the theory that the origins of human DNA are extraterrestrial. In the 21st century, Maxim Merkulov and Vladimir Sherbak have added the weight of solid data and empirical support. This is information we've only had in the last decade. So how did Carl Sagan know this in 1985? It wouldn't be the first time that privileged information had been passed on to a movie maker or a scriptwriter. But on the other hand, I happen to know that Carl Sagan was a student of the world's ancient mythologies, and in particular the Babylonian and Sumerian. Did he find something buried there that gave him this clue of what we were to find? Merkulov and Sherbak argue that those who intervened in human evolution very deliberately left their signature behind in our DNA coding for us to find. In fact, modern film lore is littered with narratives that suggest an ET intervention in the evolution of Homo sapiens. And one very interesting clue comes in the 20th century novels and movie franchise of Planet of the Apes, because in that story, a higher species, in that case the humans, genetically modify the apes to become more useful as slaves, in effect. The apes can do the hard yakka, the heavy lifting kind of work, if we can just modify them to be a little bit more intelligent. And of course, all kinds of trouble ensues from that decision. But that idea is not an original one. It can be found in the Sumerian narrative of beginnings. In their stories of beginnings, humanity is engineered by sky people who come to planet Earth, modify the beings that are here to do the hard yakka and heavy lifting for them.
in the Mayan tradition of the Popol Vuh, is very frank about the engineering of humanity. That narrative describes the arrival on planet Earth of those who engineer, and it's the story of Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl. And those entities have a conversation among themselves that goes like this: let us make avatars for ourselves to do the work and bring us our food. It's the same story that emerges in the Planet of the Apes. Did Pierre Boulle create this story out of a knowledge of ancient mythologies? Or is this another example of storytelling accessing information from a wider field of consciousness? Do these narratives keep emerging because in our storytelling we're actually remembering something from our prehistoric past?
How would you account for this discrepancy between you and the Twin 9000?
Well, I don't think there is any question about it. It can only be attributable to human error. This sort of thing has cropped up before, and it has always been due to human error.
In 1967, there was an episode of the first season of Star Trek called The Return of the Archons. It was written by Boris Sobelman and Gene Roddenberry. And in the storyline, there is a planet populated by human beings who are kept in order by a priesthood that acts as intermediaries between them and a kind of deity figure. And as Captain Kirk and the crew explore what's going on, they realize that the priesthood is really acting on behalf of a computer program. There is no God there. It's just them, the computer program, and the subjected, pacified human population. And it's a rather strange echo of what we see in the pages of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. Because through the history of the Old Testament, we can find moments where we're looking at a society of human colonies, each ruled over by another kind of entity called Elohim or a Bene Elohim. And they're not human, they are a higher species. And it's as if humanity's been carved up for management by the colonizers. But it's not an easy relationship between these higher powers, and the Bene Elohim often send the humans out to war against each other because the Elohim are in competition with one another for resources. As we get further into the story of the Old Testament, it becomes unclear whether the powerful ones, the Elohim, are still there, or if the prophets are still in place and the priesthoods are still in place and the totems are there for consultation. But there are no other gods present in the picture, even though the structure of priesthoods and prophets is still present. How did Boris Sobelman and Gene Roddenberry chance upon that storyline? Again, it could be because they were scholars of the ancient mythologies, which I believe they were. But often in our storytelling, we start telling the truth without fully realizing that's what we're doing. In 2014, archaeologist J.R. Bhagat brought to the world's attention the rock paintings of Charama Chhattisgarh. He argues that they depict a UFO along with a suited and helmeted figure. In these paintings, we see a being with 3 fingers and a classic alien grey-shaped head and eyes. J.R. Bhagat said, "The findings suggest that humans in prehistoric times may have seen or imagined beings from other planets, which still create curiosity among people and researchers. The fan-like antenna and the 3 legs of the vehicle's stand clearly show a similarity to a UFO-type craft. Might our artists and the artists of history be the curators of information which has been ignored, removed, or as in the case of the Bible, translated out
of our written texts. In 2009, Irving Finkel got his hands on an amazing piece of prehistory, a unique piece of Babylonian literature inscribed on a 4,000-year-old cuneiform tablet. It speaks to the intricate relationships among ancient texts, Babylonian, Sumerian, and biblical. It also raises intriguing questions about what other mechanism might carry cultural memory through history. Irving Finkel is one of the world's leading Assyriologists, a co-curator at the British Museum. The tablet was handed to Finkel in 2009 by Douglas Simmons.
I knew Douglas from way back as a fan of his character Donut in the British kids' TV series The Double Deckers. Douglas actually went on to become a theoretical physicist, but it was through his dad that he came to be the curator of this unique and vital piece of world archaeology. Before the 1800s, little was known about the narrative sources of the Bible's stories of beginnings, and in particular, the flood. Anthropologists had long noted the presence of flood narratives in cultures spanning the globe. Then in 1835, Henry Rawlinson of the East India Tea Company lowered a buoy over a cliff in western Iraq to uncover the Behistun inscription. The Behistun inscription was a phenomenal find. It was an inscription carved in the side of a cliff in 3 known scripts, and it was the key to our translating the texts of the cuneiform tablets which we've been digging up since the 1500s. And those tablets, once translated, provided us a window onto long-forgotten civilizations. And I'm talking about the cultures that grew out of Sumerian civilization, the Assyrian and the Babylonian cultures. All of a sudden, we learned that the biblical flood narrative is actually the retelling of an even older story, the Epic of Gilgamesh. And when we go to the Epic of Gilgamesh, we find that it's actually the retelling of an even earlier narrative than that. Back in the 21st century, as Irving Finkel studied the Simmons tablet, he noted the extraordinary mathematical accuracy of the building instructions for the ark itself. The length of rope prescribed did indeed produce a vessel of the exact volume enumerated in the text. Comparisons with the biblical account and with other Babylonian cuneiforms threw up another curious detail. In the story of Utnapishtim, the ark is a cube. And note this, with a volume of 14,400 cubits. In the Simmons Ark tablet, the ark is a round coracle, but get this, with a volume of 14,400 cubits. In the Bible, we have the instructions for Noah's Ark. Its volume, 15,000 cubits. That's a variance of only 4% across 3 different cultures, from civilization to civilization, text to text, age to age. That's an amazing correlation of information. It shows the dependency of one text on the other. And it shows how precisely information can travel when it's done through writing, through glyphs. But it's actually what happens in our art that I think is even more amazing than that. Go to almost any child's Bible and you'll find an ark that looks like this, or something like this. And yet the text of Genesis tells us in very great detail what Noah's Ark actually looked like, a long rectangular barge. This is not a rectangular barge. This is the cross-section not of a cuboid, but of a round coracle, the coracle of Atrahasis. How can an artist have the biblical instructions for that in one hand and produce that image? Clearly what's in the artist's mind has come from somewhere else. Now, don't tell me that the artists, the illustrators, knew what they were doing, because no one had seen the round coracle of Atrahasis before 2014, when Irving Finkel reconstructed it. No one had even heard of Atrahasis before the 1800s. So by what mechanism did the memory of that shape land in the minds of those artists? Some other mechanism is carrying the memory of that shape from culture to culture, generation to generation. Could it be that the world's art and artists are really the curators of cultural memory in a way we have yet to understand? Could it be that generations of artists and painters and sculptors have been conveying to us information which has been either hidden or removed, or, as my book argues, mistranslated out of our canonical texts? In 2003, I took a trip to Lascaux in Dordogne in France to visit what some believe to be the world's most ancient prehistoric cave paintings. The caves were discovered accidentally in 1940 by 4 kids and a dog, uncovering the work of a culture dated to 17,000 years before present. Today, visitors can visit an exact facsimile of those caves and paintings in order to preserve the originals. Immediately, I could see that these paintings were not the work of primitive man. They were stylish, they were incredibly skillful, they were witty, they were intelligent, they were beautifully crafted, and really could stand alongside any art from any period. Clearly, this was the work of people who are just as conscious and intelligent and creative as us. I was really surprised by what I saw and baffled to see what I thought looked like a kangaroo in those paintings. So evidently the people who painted these, and they didn't live in the caves, they simply used the caves as the curation place for their art. These people were more conscious, more intelligent, and possibly better traveled than ever I'd anticipated. And if this wasn't their place of habitation, what was it for? Was it art for art's sake? Was it art that was produced in a shamanic state to serve some shamanic purpose? Were its creators using art rather than writing to carry the memory of this time before the last ice age, to preserve their cultural memory? That personal encounter with the art of our ancestors at Lascaux in France has made me look at other art from our ancestors with rather greater respect. In Tassili-Nager, we can see depictions of figures with spacesuits and helmets and antennae and gloves, along with what appear to be flying saucers. To my mind, that's the most obvious way of interpreting those figures, and just look out for the UFO behind the figure. India, known for its ancient narratives of flying Vimanas, holds a wealth of such images. In the Rajatola caves in the forest of Bari at Badi Tehsil in the Rizan district, Dr. Wasim Khan brings our attention to images that are 4,000 years old, depicting what appears to be an alien, and a wormhole, and a UFO, along with various other UFO craft. In 1486, Italian artist Carlo Crivelli produced his painting, The Annunciation. You'll note that the way it depicts the supernatural conception of Jesus in the womb of Mary is quite different from the account carried in the canonical texts. When I first saw this painting when I was 18, I actually thought it was a joke. I thought it was a satire, a graffitied classic. When later I realized, no, this was authentic, I had to consider the possibility, is this actually a message from Carlo Crivelli offering us an alternative narrative of our history? The Summer Triumph tapestry from Brugge in Belgium was produced in 1538. Now look in the sky
Do you reckon those are flying cardinals' hats? Or are they something a little more familiar to the modern eye? Another moment in the story of Jesus Christ is depicted in this painting from 1710, painted by Ert de Gelder, the last pupil of Rembrandt. And you're right, the UFO, if you look up in the picture, or the UAP as we're supposed to call them today, isn't part of the canonical texts concerning the baptism of Jesus, but here it is in the canon of our historic art. Do we believe what we are seeing? Or do our official narratives and canonical texts in the West allow us to look at these pictures, but feel the need to explain them away and not believe what we're seeing? It isn't too hard to find examples from all around the world of art that when you look at it, I believe with an open mind, it's not difficult to see ET contact. If you go to the National Museum of Guatemala, it has a whole section devoted to figures wearing space helmets and Bluetooths. Now, because ancient ET contact is not part of our official narratives, I think there's an impulse in a lot of us to look at that and simply not believe what we've seen. We think we live in a visual culture where seeing is believing, but I reckon that if something isn't part of the official narrative or the canonical text, we actually don't believe what we're seeing. And I wonder what would happen if we could flip that, if we could follow the canon of our world art in the same way that we follow the canon of our world's narratives and texts. Would we learn some secrets about ancient ET contact if we followed our artistic canon with a more open eye?
In 2010, in the Altai Mountains of Siberia, a cave was discovered. Skeletal remains revealed that the cave had been home to modern humans, Neanderthals, and a wholly new type of hominin that we now call Homo denisova. Subsequent DNA research has revealed that the Denisovans also have left the imprint of their DNA in modern humans.
As we begin discovering more branches of the human story and realizing how interrelated we all are, it raises the question of how far back does human memory go? And what was it that gave Homo sapiens the edge? Now, it's clear that something happened to our ancestors that enabled a massive leap ahead of the herd, and that turned us into a crop farming, city building, technology inventing civilization. What was it?
Since the time of Darwin, questions of human evolution have fascinated scientists. When did humans learn to speak and ask questions, think in abstract terms, and perform feats of engineering? When did humans learn to archive and build their collective knowledge?
And then we found Otzi. When we found Otzi, he was gradually thawing out in a melting glacier in the Italian Tyrol. He was about 5,000 years old, but was far from our image of primitive man. He was wearing well-fitting clothing with a range of stitchwork. It had different textiles. He was wearing shoes with insulation against the cold. He'd cut his hair. He'd shaved. He'd even had his teeth fixed. And on his belt was an amazing utility pack of what looked like dietary support or medical aids. In other words, he was clever. And it seems to me we keep discovering that prehistoric humans were far more clever than we have previously given them credit for.
But when did humanity's intellectual and technological leap forward occur? In the last half-century, more than 50 archaeological sites have identified the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East as the cradle of human farming. Then, in 1997, Manfred Hoyne of the University of Norway's Department of Biotechnical Sciences led a team of scientists from the University of Norway and the Max Planck Institute of Cologne, Germany, to a site of unique importance at Akkadia in southeast Turkey. There they found the evidence of the earliest farm. A dozen naturally occurring plants had been modified to become cultivatable crops. This is an extremely technical alteration. In one strain of wheat, the transformation would require the modification of 2 genes. This group achieved such a modification in wheat, barley, peas, lentils, broad beans, chickpeas, grapes, olives, flax, and bitter vetch. The great leap forward was made extremely locally. Speaking to Science magazine in 1997, Manfred Hoyne said, "I cannot prove it, but it is a possibility that one tribe or one family had the idea."
To get a sense of how massive and advanced that was, let me tell you about William Farrer. He and his wife owned a farm just next door to where I used to live in what's now the Australian Capital Territory. Now, Australia at the time needed to establish food security as a nation. And what was needed was an entirely new strain of wheat that could survive Australia's harsh climate. It took William Farrer 20 years of experimentation with all the benefits of 19th century science and the beginning of 20th century science before he produced that one miracle strain that became Federation wheat. 20 years, one strain. Now, let's just think about this comparison, because William Farrer knew about farming. He grew up on a farm. His dad was a farmer, and he had the benefits of a knowledge of the science of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. He had books and encyclopedias of knowledge to put into practice so that he could make that modification. 10,000 years ago in Akkadia, this family had never seen a farm. There were no textbooks or scientists to give them a clue, and yet they went from zero knowledge of farming to doing what William Farrer did 12 times over, genetically modifying 12 crops, and at the same time, in the same place, worked out how to do animal husbandry. Sheep, goats, cattle, pigs, they worked out how to reproduce and farm those. And just to layer mystery on mystery, how did that knowledge of genetic modification suddenly get replicated all around the world to create farming in Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, South America? Suddenly it peppers up all around the world. There's something anomalous about that story.
It is clear that a gap exists in our understanding of human progress around the planet. How did ancient humans make such a phenomenal leap forward in agronomy? How did that advance reach the far corners of the world with such rapidity? Where science can only identify the gap, ancient texts and ancestral memories propose an answer. Native American mythologies speak of an external intervention in human progress. The Mohicans speak of a non-human entity that coached their ancestors in a time when their survival on the planet was fragile. The Cherokee people tell of beings from the Pleiades arriving in egg-shaped craft and living among them to teach them agronomy and the fundamentals of civilization. External intervention is the story of Zulu beginnings, Mayan mythology, Babylonian and Sumerian narratives. All speak of non-human beings appearing and teaching our distant ancestors new technologies for farming, along with all the rudiments of civilization.
But before we settle into too neat and tidy a picture, This external assistance, if we date it to Akkadia, puts us at around 10,000 years ago. Yet, just down the road in the same country, you'll find the remains of Göbekli Tepe, a sophisticated megalithic structure already standing at that time and buried around 8,000 years ago. This isn't the work of a family that's just learned how to farm. It's clearly the work of a previous civilization. And Göbekli Tepe isn't the only megalithic site from that period. The Gulf of Cambay off the coast of India, Malta, Japan, Cuba, all have remains of ancient cities which would have been above sea level no more recently than 10,000 years ago. So this beautiful intervention at Akkadia, the first farm, was nurturing a new civilization into being after the loss of a previous civilization. That's where I believe the evidence is pointing. So this is not the beginning of human history at Akkadia, it's a reset. It follows the period of the Younger Dryas Cold Period, a near extinction level event towards the end of the most recent Ice Age. So this leap forward comes at precisely the time when human beings would have desperately needed assistance to recover their footing on the planet and all their lost technology. The question my book raises is how many resets are embedded in human prehistory.
Who was here 10,000 years ago to assist ancient humans in their recovery? Could it have been the survivors of the previous civilization, the descendants of those who had built at Göbekli Tepe, the Gulf of Cambay, and off the coasts of Japan, Cuba, and Malta?
One of the reasons I'm not convinced that these lessons in agronomy came from survivors is the fact that farming appears to spring up almost simultaneously all around the planet. So there's still an element missing to that story. I lean to the explanations given by our world mythologies, which suggest external intervention by people from another place, and I mean an extraterrestrial civilization. Now, some might argue, oh, this is the aliens in the gaps theory. You know, wherever there's a gap in our ability to explain, it must be aliens. Now, I fully understand that skepticism because intervention from survivors doesn't clash with our general worldview. It's easier to believe. But the questions I take to these anomalies in our prehistory are, what makes this story coherent? And what material data would corroborate an ET explanation? What makes the best sense of what we do know? Vladimir Sherbak and Maxim Akulov of the Kazakh Al-Farabi University and the Fezenkov Astrophysical Institute have produced findings, solid data in our genetic code, patterns that point to intelligent external intervention in our DNA, in our very design as human beings. And the ET explanation is there in ancestral narratives and mythologies the world over. In my book, Escaping from Eden, I argue that that same narrative of intervention by another civilization is actually embedded in the texts of Genesis when we drill down into the translation of those ancient texts.
In the study of human origins, scientists look for various indicators of intelligent or human behavior. Art, craft, and ritual practices can be found dating to 20,000 years ago. The remains of people of our exact design and build can be found in Ethiopia from around 200,000 years ago. The earliest shelters we have found are in Japan, dating from 500,000 years ago. The earliest evidence of hunting with spears dates from 400,000 years ago. If we prospect for the earliest use of fire, That puts us in Africa between 400,000 years ago and 1.4 million years ago. If we are all related, then how far back does our ancestral memory go? And how many external interventions may have happened in that time?
The book of Ecclesiastes is a book in the Bible with roots in Sumerian literature. And its author says this: "We have no memory of who and what went before us. And after a while, the people who come after us will have no recollection of us." Now, what's true of us as individuals may also be true of civilizations. My book argues that the book of Genesis holds ancestral memory of at least 3 resets in human history. Genesis 1 represents a planetary recovery and the nurturing of life on Earth, including human life. Genesis 6 represents a planetary cataclysm and a repopulation. And Genesis 11 represents the obliteration of a technological civilization and a reset of the human story where we re-evolve from a pre-language state. Now, these ancient narratives all tell of external interventions, recalling some interventions that harm and some that assist. But most profoundly, they all tell of external intervention in our very design.
Today's scientific consensus has concluded that our ancestors were descended from a primate ancestor shared by the great apes. The 2 forks of primate evolution separated as the result of what might seem a tiny modification of chromosomes. Great apes have 24 pairings of chromosomes, containing the instructions for how to build a great ape. Human beings have 23 pairings of chromosomes. So did the apes gain a chromosome, or did humans lose one? In 2002, a research team in Seattle analyzing the human genome demonstrated that human chromosome number 2 was created by fusing 2 ancestral chromosomes together. In the April 7th issue of the journal Nature in 2005, a team led by Washington University School of Medicine published research which included an analysis of human chromosome 2. The team included scientists from Washington University, MIT, Stanford, the Wellcome Trust, the Sanger Institute, the National Yang Ming University of Taiwan, among others. Their research uncovered new evidence that confirmed the Seattle team's finding that human chromosome 2 resulted from the fusion of 2 ancestral ape chromosomes. It contains 1,346 protein-coding genes, representing around 8% of human DNA. But what or who engineered this prehistoric fusion that enabled our ancestors to stand apart from apes and become truly human?
Mesoamerican, Mesopotamian, and Greek mythology and the narratives of the Bible all speak of a moment in human history when another civilization from another place interfered in human evolution. Now, the Popol Vuh, the Mayan mythology, is especially interesting because it speaks of a sequence of experiments to get us like this. And the product of the successful experiments was us and some ape-like creatures that live in the forest. That's what it says. Now, what's so interesting about that is that the Popol Vuh relates us to apes centuries ahead of Charles Darwin. And it's not that we're descended from apes in the Mayan story. The Popol Vuh says that we and these forest-dwelling apes were engineered from a shared ancestor. Well, that's amazing because that is exactly what contemporary research, including DNA research, is telling us today. Our ancestral narratives, so many of them speak about complex decisions being taken about upgrading human intelligence and consciousness. And we're told that there are conflicts among these other powers as to how intelligent or conscious they wanted the human beings to be. Now, these decisions followed a period in which the earlier iterations of humans had been engineered as workers for this other species. And the Mayan mythology of the Popol Vuh is very frank, plain speaking, when it says the engineers said to each other, "Let us make avatars for ourselves to work for us."
In southern Africa, researcher Michael Tellinger points to the presence of prehistoric minds, which he dates to around 200,000 years before present. His work joins with the work of Jan Heiner, who first drew attention to a vast network of stone circles spanning South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. Michael Tellinger's work, studying the wear patterns of the stones in their current setting, dates them to between 200,000 and 300,000 years ago. But who was here 200 to 300,000 years ago to build on such a vast scale? And to what purpose? What function did this stone grid serve? Might it have been a form of technology that we have yet to understand?
The presence of prehistoric gold mines in southern Africa certainly raises the question of who was here in the prehistoric past. Who wanted those minerals, and who did the actual mining? If the mines really are 200,000 years old, as some researchers are arguing, then our ancestors, Homo sapiens, were here at that time. Not yet smart enough to work out how to farm, but smart enough to work in someone else's mine. Now, there's a connection between our early ancestors and mining that's actually hinted at in the book of Genesis. The text introduces us to Eden as a place where the humans lived in their earliest iteration. In other words, this is the point in the story before they have been upgraded with a higher intelligence. Meanwhile, the text informs us that just near Eden are some key mineral deposits, including gold. And then we're told that the overlords, the Elohim, the powerful ones, put the humans to work. Now, who was interested in those minerals? Not the humans. And exactly what work were our ancestors put to? My interest in all this is partly invested in the past, what did happen, and what is our place in the universe. But it's also invested in the now, because if our mythologies hold real information about the engineering of human beings and the establishment of our level of consciousness, then they also hold information about our potential as human beings, with clues about how we can upgrade to a better way of being human and a higher level of consciousness. And that's what excites me.
How far back does human memory extend? Might our world mythologies hold vestiges of that memory? Do those memories include information about our evolution, our interaction with other species, and our role in the ancient past? For more than 100 years, scientists have looked for a single principle to explain the functioning and balance of the universe. Quantum research points to an astonishing conclusion. That principle is consciousness. Quantum research has found that consciousness alters how the universe manifests and behaves.
Plato argues that in the beginning there was consciousness, one single universal field of consciousness. It's perfect unity, perfect love. The visible material universe manifested, he said, in order for that consciousness to express itself. Now, what does that mean in material terms? I think as soon as you begin thinking about a mechanism for that, you're talking about panspermia.
Panspermia is a scientific theory which proposes that the genetic coding for conscious intelligent life was deliberately disseminated throughout the cosmos. Whenever that coding lands in a hospitable environment, it begins to produce the kinds of intelligent, conscious life forms with which we are familiar on planet Earth. The theory's proponents include Maxim Merkulov, Vladimir Sherbak, Leslie Orgel, Francis Crick, and Carl Sagan in the 1960s. All have argued strongly for this theory, and in the case of Merkulov and Sherbak, have produced solid data to support it. By the landing of probes on comets, the European Space Agency has spent more than $80 billion testing the theory. Is planet Earth a vehicle for conscious life? As human beings, what levels of consciousness are we capable of?
When I was a boy, my mum and dad had a washing machine. Now, it was pre-digital, but it was an electronic washing machine, so it had electrical circuits in it. Obviously, its function in our home was to wash our clothes, although for our cat it had another function. It was a massage machine. But it also had a third, rather unexpected feature. Somehow, and as a boy I always thought this was quite miraculous, our washing machine could play Radio 1. It wasn't designed for it. It was entirely accidental. But if there was no noise around and if the machine was idling, you could hear Radio 1 on it. You could hear the songs and you could hear the words. Radio 1 broadcasts at a particular frequency. Evidently, there was an electrical circuit within our washing machine that was just the perfect length, so it had the exact frequency to match, to resonate with the frequency coming from Radio 1. And when that happened, the circuit would translate that frequency into a kinetic energy, and that's how we were getting the sound. Now, our washing machine couldn't do everything a radio could do. We could get Radio 1 on it, but we couldn't turn the volume up and down, and we couldn't tune into other stations. And it was able to do that because it had circuitry in it that could pick up this frequency from somewhere else. If I am a consciousness machine, then I have circuitry designed for a particular frequency, a particular kind of consciousness. And maybe like that washing machine, I can pick up on the consciousness of others who resonate with a particular frequency. And maybe that's why you or I might feel another's feelings, even at a great distance. And how often have you heard people say things like, I knew I had to call, I knew something had happened, I knew you'd passed, or I knew you were going to say that. And maybe that's why some of us experience memories of other lives, lives other than our own. It may also be why we sometimes feel a very strong connection with people from other times and places without having any idea why we feel that connection. But it may be we're wired in some way similar, that something in us is mathematically similar to something in them.
Quantum research, string theory, unified field theory may all offer objective frameworks for these subjective experiences. But from our knowledge at present, where do these ideas take us? And what practical application might we find? In the late 19th century, a new generation of esoteric writers began exploring the concept of the Akashic record. The word Akasha is a Sanskrit word meaning space or ether. Russian philosopher Helena Petrovna Blavatsky described Akasha as an all-pervading life force with the imprint of all human thought and action encoded within it. Alfred Percy Sinnett and Henry Steele Olcott drew on Buddhist ideas and concepts to develop the idea further. In 1889, Charles Webster Leadbeater put forward the idea that in the right state of consciousness, the Akashic record could be read. These theosophical writers began to put forward the idea that an Akashic record of all human activity can be found in the unifying web of space-time, which they called the etheric plane. Ancient religions, mystical and shamanic traditions also speak of a metaphysical record of the human story. Islam speaks of the preserved tablet. Christianity speaks of the Lamb's Book of Life. In the Hebrew Scriptures, the psalmist writes that all our days are written in the Book of God. These 19th century philosophers and researchers began to ask if these religious concepts might be a description of a real-world phenomenon open to a more scientific approach. In other words, was this metaphysical archive referred to by Christianity, Judaism, and Islam a closed book, accessible only to esoteric elites and priesthoods? Or was it a reality built into the fabric of the universe and accessible to any who know how? Is it possible that the Akashic record might be a natural property of the universe, and that it holds a precise record of human life ready to be accessed, whether by appropriate tools or an amenable state of consciousness? But what might be the mechanism of such an archive of conscious experience?
I grew up in a pre-digital age, and so when you wanted to record sound or pictures, you would use magnetic tape. And that technology was all about creating interference patterns in the electromagnetic field of magnetized tape. And then another machine could come along and decode those interference patterns back into sound and images. Now, your body and my body each generates its own electromagnetic field. And every thought, every intention, every feeling, emotion, experience creates an alteration or an interference pattern in that electromagnetic field. Planet Earth has its own electromagnetic field, and every human body on the planet creates a minor adaptation or interference pattern in that electromagnetic field. Now, if we have been able to create machines that can decode interference patterns in magnetic fields back into sound and images, then might the interference patterns in planet Earth's electromagnetic field be a mechanism of record? Might our planet itself be the field in which human memory is contained?
Early theosophical writers proposed that the Akashic record was encoded within the etheric plane. Some researchers today suggest that the unified field which connects all the space, energy, and matter of the universe may be the language of today's science for the etheric plane. Mystics and shamanic leaders have often found other language to explain their ability to download Akashic information. One such was Saint Seraphim of Sarov, a mystic who became renowned in 18th and 19th century Russia for his ability to read people and download precise information about them. People whom he had never met before, Seraphim would greet and give details about their lives and careers. On occasion, information about their health and any matter they had come to discuss. On one occasion, Seraphim told his visitor precisely how much he had spent on doctors trying to fix the condition he had now brought for healing. Seraphim's approach was one rooted in the Eastern discipline of hesychasm, a practice of prayer and inner stillness.
In my book about Saint Seraphim of Sarov, My Dinner with Anton, I talk about a moment where Seraphim is in conversation with one of his counselees. And his counselee, Nicholas Motofilov, asks him, Seraphim, how is it that you are so able to read a human being? You're so able to read the human heart? And Seraphim said, well, when I start speaking, I don't know what's going to come out of my mouth. I simply submit my mind to the Spirit of God, and I say the first thing that comes into my mind, and I begin speaking, believing that the Spirit of God will guide me from there. Now, it wasn't just an in-the-moment skill, because his was a mind that was really well prepared through a discipline of silence. And yet, in that simple way, speaking the first thing and going from there, he was able to download phenomenally precise information about people time and time again. Just recently, somebody showed me this schematic, and I thought, oh my goodness, that so describes my career. And it's why, for instance, there was a time when I was working as a pastor and a personal coach, but Christmas was coming and I actually needed some cash. So I worked for a while at the mail sorting office on the night shift. Now, on the night shift, everybody's brainwaves are in a slightly different place, and it was fun working there. I was meeting people I'd never met before. We had our lunch break usually about 2 in the morning, and so one morning we all went down into the canteen, and I thought, I'm going to sit on a different table today. I'm going to meet some new people. So I sat on a table with a number of young guys in their 20s, all having a rather boisterous, light-hearted conversation. And in the middle of that, they said to me, and what do you do? And somehow we got onto the topic of how sometimes a pastor or a coach may need to be able to read a person and make some intuitive leaps. And so one of the guys said, okay, do it on me. And I thought, oh no, Paul, you fool, you've dug yourself a hole here. And so I said, no, it's not really something that you can just, play with or turn on like a switch. And he said, no, do it on me, he said, because we might never meet again and I'm interested. And in that moment, I could see he was interested. He was sincere. And his sincerity pulled me into a different frame of mind. And I thought, I have to respond. And so I just allowed myself to look at him and I began speaking what I believed I was perceiving. And I tried not to say too much because I didn't want to embarrass him and I certainly didn't want to embarrass myself, but I just tried to focus on him and speak what was coming into my mind. Well, his jaw dropped as I did this, and then the bell rang and we all had to leave and get back to our posts. Well, I saw him again the next day and I was very relieved that he wasn't angry with me because I went away thinking, what on earth did I just do? I have no idea if any of that was accurate or what just happened. But he came to me and he said, Paul, it was destiny that you sat on our table yesterday because you were spot on and you're absolutely right. I need to make some changes. So I'm actually serving my life purpose. That's what I need to be doing. Thank you so much. And I thought, my goodness, how did that happen? And it made me reflect on what some people call the Akashic record, this field of information that is beyond ourselves that we can sometimes draw upon. I'd heard it spoken of in terms that made it sound like the Akashic record was very vague, very remote. Maybe if you're lucky, if you're a shaman or a psychic or a clairvoyant, you can get some information from there, but it's not for ordinary folk. In that moment, I found that in the right frame of mind, yes, we can access that information. And it was in a moment when I had stilled myself and put myself in a place of wanting to help the other person. And I wonder if that's one of the keys to it.
Perhaps the Akashic record is not something to be toyed with or trivialized. Yet, many shamans, mystics, and storytellers attest that a playful heart, a loving intent, a desire to help, and a creative spirit are often the keys that open the doors to this transformational realm. But what is the dimension that holds this cosmic archive?
Theosophists talk about the Akashic record being held in the etheric plane. Well, what if the etheric plane is what scientists today mean by the unified field? In that case, we're talking about the force that connects us all, that binds us together. Perhaps then the Akashic record isn't something impossibly distant. It's something that couldn't possibly be closer to us.
If the unified field of today's science truly is the repository of all human experience and consciousness, perhaps you and I are in reality more conscious, more aware, and privileged with greater access to this metaphysical treasure than we have ever imagined. The Fifth Kind. Check out our official website at fifthkind.tv, where you can sign up to receive our latest newsletters, chat and share ideas in our online community, and select featured content that is only available on fifthkind.tv.
Author and researcher Paul Wallis probes the world's ancient mythologies for clues about the origins of the human race, and has published several books in the field of mysticism and spirituality. In the last decade, his work has probed the world's ancient mythologies for the insights they hold on our origins as a species and our potential as human beings. Paul's work in church ministry has included training pastors in the interpretation of biblical texts, working as a troubleshooter for communities of faith, and serving as an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia. His background as a senior churchman makes it all the more surprising that Paul's latest book argues that human origins lie in our prehistoric contact with extraterrestrial species. Go to www.paulanthonywallis.com for information about Paul and his books.